96/97. We sell fabrics, different fabrics from abroad. That is what we do. We sell braid laces, beaded laces, any type of fabrics you're looking for, we do sell. That's what we're doing in there.
5 more minutes.
So I started from a very small shop at number 35 Balogun Street there. From there, I have 3 outlets, 2 in Balogun here and 1 in Lekki. When we started getting support from Stanbic IBTC, our capital has increased with more than 20%.
If you want Easter cow, Mr. Femi is here.
Their support.
Mr. Abiodun is here.
It's a very good bank. The transactions are always going through. We don't have problems with their POS terminals. We chose them because we know they are supportive. We want to increase our capital. I have 2 daughters in charge of Lekki store. My son is in charge of Lagos stores. I want it to be a generation business so that the name Kubis will remain forever.
We're still here at the Stanbic IBTC Nigeria Business Summit. I have here with me Muyiwa Oni, who is the regional head, equity research West Africa for Standard Bank, and also one of our panelists today. Hello, Muyiwa. Thank you very much.
Hi, Ayo. Thank you for having me.
All right, excellent. Now, the first question I'd like to ask you is, if global conditions worsen materially, what are the first adjustments businesses should make?
Well, and that's an interesting question. And I suppose if one thinks of what happened during the pandemic and how difficult things got there, so at the time there were supply chain shocks. So it wasn't so much of access, it wasn't so much of affordability, but even access to your materials or raw materials. Prices skyrocketed. And so with businesses is trying to figure out how to be nimble, so one, being nimble, ensuring that one does have options. So in terms of either supply for raw materials, having options, having a strong business continuity plan to, in case you are in a situation whereby you either need to downscale because of cost. So understand that currently there are some countries already pushing staff to work from home just because of the reality, not just higher prices, but even scarcity of fuel as well. So ensuring that you have a tight business continuity plan whereby you're able to work in a far more difficult operating condition. But I guess if one thinks about what has been thrown to businesses since the pandemic, the Russian and Ukraine war, and this current Trump era that we're living in, one can argue that maybe there are lessons businesses should have learned from those last 2 periods, and even countries as well, that one can apply as well. So from a country level, for example, suppose countries like China and co had to figure out how to look within and depend more internally because you really couldn't even move things around. And I suppose with businesses as well, I was thinking about, from a raw materials point of view, how you can be sustainable or how you can localize some of your inputs as well.
Absolutely. So COVID gave us a foretaste and also established the fact that businesses can survive crisis periods like this. So there's hope.
Sure.
Let me ask you, based on research, what piece of advice, you were to give one piece of advice to business leaders in Nigeria today, what would it be?
I think one could be maybe figure out a way of hedging your costs. And so with that, you're able to plan a bit better. Because if you think about, with the currency volatility we had in Nigeria, you can say maybe from even 2001 till most of till early last year, that reality about currency volatility and how it can impact your business was quite clear. So if you see listed companies like Nestle, MTN taking FX-related losses because of movement in currency. So if you were able to either hedge your costs, particularly the FX-related costs, that limits the impact. And even now as well, with all higher oil prices and volatility one is seen there, if you have that practice of hedging. So it's almost like an individual having insurance. If you have insurance, it might look expensive in the short term, but once those risks crystallize, then you see that it's actually way cheaper. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. I agree. You don't have your insurance sorted out yet. Stanbic IBTC has excellent packages for you. Just to put that in there. But before I let you go, I know you were a speaker of the panel. But what key insights would you be taking away from your session, or perhaps another panel session from the Nigerian Business Summit?
I think that so from our own panel session, I think understanding and seeing that benefit of connectivity. And so if you think about port infrastructure, for example, how critical that is to business and trade, from a payments point of view, connectivity with PAPs, and how critical that is with business and trade as well. I think it's something that from a business point of view, one can take advantage of with PAPs. I suppose from the policy and government point of view as well, understanding how critical that infrastructure is to improving the business environment for Nigeria.
Thank you. I'm going to let you go, because you mentioned PAPs, I must ask you this final, which is, someone asked a critical question around a unified currency system on the African continent, and since you talk about PAPs, do you think it's possible?
It's a difficult one, and the reason why I say so is, so if you look at the environments where it happened, they've been shocks. So Europe, for example, that whole euro currency, there was the term pigs at some point, which was Portugal, Italy, Greece, and Spain. And these were countries going through difficult times during, I think it was around, so after the global great financial crisis then, and it looked like they were dragging down the euro area, and there was a term Grexit as well. They pretty much wanted to kick out Greece because they felt they weren't keeping to terms. So I suppose, one, being able to work on a unified monetary area, so have an African monetary policy system, for example, monetary policy environment, that would be quite difficult, but that would be, I would say, the first step. So if you look at the WAMS area, that's the West African Monetary Zone, they have a unified currency, and I suppose it was set up by their colonial leaders at the time, and I suppose maybe that's why it still kind of works, but they have a unified currency there. In I suppose the broader African space, you have to have the central banks first working together, having a unified central bank-in system, and then move on from there, because issues like inflation and trying to monitor that across the region will be quite critical. So it's really just having a paper currency per se, but understanding how policies and the uniqueness and the nuances in the different countries and states affects the global region. So I guess it's something that'll be a difficult project to execute in my view. It's not just as simple.
It's very complex. Well, thank you so very much for your. It's been really insightful speaking with you this afternoon, and we really enjoyed your contributions to the panel earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Trust does not come cheap. It's your business. Go for growth with your trusted partner. Trust does not come cheap. It's a word you can bank on. The efficiency you can trade with. Trust is the insight you base your business decision on. Trust should give your dreams wings, taking you above and beyond your borders. You have to trust your gut and trust that your dreams are valid. Trust should be what you demand and what every partner should give. In our world of corporate and investment banking, trust is a big word. A word that guides and leads our commitment to your growth and that of your business. Go for growth with your trusted partner.
All right, I'm here with the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture here in Lagos State, Honorable Abisola Olusoya, who's just had her keynote speech at the Agri-business breakout room. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Joining us today at the very first Stanbic IBTC Nigeria Business Summit.
Thank you.
As you would imagine, the conversations today, agriculture, agribusiness has been quite significant and important to the conversation today. One of the big questions from some of the agribusiness owners who are here today has been, how can they become export ready without massive cost burdens?
Okay, so the way to do that is obviously to have a sort of like shared resource facility. And I believe that what we are doing under the administration of Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu here in Lagos State has been essentially towards that, with the build of the food logistics hub, with the eco-logistics fleet of trucks, with the bulk food company, as well as what we are doing in building food hubs across the state. It is essentially towards ensuring that these sort of value chain stakeholders do not have to walk the mile alone or do all of the work by themselves before being able to scale up and, you know, being able to be viable enterprises. So a case in point, for instance, and I use the Motion Food Hub even in my speech, from creating a facility where value chain stakeholders can actually bring their produce and sell. We have done the legwork on their behalf in creating a facility that we drive the foot traffic in there. They don't have to do that work. In doing the promotions, the publicity, in ensuring that in terms of top of mind recall to consumers, this is a facility or this is a place that comes to mind for people to buy fresh produce. The state has already taken care of that, and subsequently the private sector partners that will be coming in play with will be taking the lead from there. But imagine that having done this and the stakeholders not having to do all of that work around ensuring the marketing of their produce, they are able to efficiently sell and also scale their businesses. Like I said, we had a case in point, a fruit seller who started off the business with a loan of 100,000 naira. She's a multi-millionaire now by reason of the fact that she sells at the hub, and a lot of people know her. And so even outside of the food hub, she's doing supplies to various institutions, hampers and stuff like that. So that is just a very micro business that we have been able to scale using shared facilities, shared space, shared resources. And I believe that that is the best way to go.
Excellent. Thank you
Yes.
so much. Today we had also talked about collaboration, partnerships.
Yes.
Hopefully we've had opportunities for sufficient networking. So that
Yes.
hopefully some people might get their collaborating partners here
Yes.
at the Stanbic IBTC Nigeria Business Summit.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Looking to grow and solving the kind of problem we are solving, or probably trying to succeed for a second generation business like ours, is first of all, look for a bank and partner with that bank, like a bank like Stanbic IBTC. Final words, I just want Stanbic to keep doing what they're doing. You know, I want Stanbic to keep doing what they're doing. And the sky's the limit.
Hello there, we're still at the Nigeria Business Summit brought to you by Stanbic IBTC. Right now, I have with me a very interesting guest. I am delighted to have seated with me Mr. Innocent Oji Egwon, who is the founder and CEO at Innocent Oji's International Limited. Thank you so much for joining me today. All right. So I know you've flown all the way from Aba in Abia State to come for this summit in Lagos State. Excellent. So let me, for our Igbo-speaking audience and to the international audience, let me converse with you a little bit, because Aba is the next frontier when it comes to hubs, business hubs in Nigeria and Africa, I dare say. So, no. You're responding to me in English. Ndeo. What's thank you? Thank you. Oh, Ndeo. Oh, no, Deo. Kedu? Ah, that's nice. I think that's the end of my Igbo for now. I thought you were going to teach me a few words this afternoon, but let's go straight to the point. And I say this because it's important for people who are watching to know that businesses can start off small and scale up even to the point of exporting to the rest of the world. Can you share with us the Innocent OJ's story?
Business can start a little and go great, depending on the vision. Number one, you need to have a vision where you are going. In that vision, you need to have a passion in what you are doing. And you need to also have a formula of where you are going. I have a formula because I believe in mathematics, and mathematics always goes with formula.
Yes, indeed.
Even though you do not get the answer rightly, but if you have a formula, the teacher or the lecturer can give you some mark.
You're right.
Okay, I have a formula. That formula, I call it DDD. 4D.
Pay close attention now.
DDD.
4 Ds.
Determined to survive. Working diligently. Discipline. And lead you to your destination.
Yeah. Fantastic. Determined to survive. Discipline. Dedication. And it will lead you to your destination. Please put that in a box. Trademark it. It belongs to Mr. OJ's. Don't steal it here. But I love that. But I want you to talk about your boxers business. Interesting business. How you started, very briefly, and where you are currently.
Okay, I will say that before, I don't know what is boxer before, but I'm in industrial garments. But there was a time, a situation in this country, everybody was living in this country over 31 years ago. That I also want to travel to live this country. But before I got the vision and I start putting in practice, when I see what is coming up, I say no, whether good or bad, I must survive. That is we are determined to survive.
Yes.
Okay. Then I ask myself, those who survive, every great man in this country came from somewhere. They really first determined to survive. And not only survive, what do they do? Are they dedicated on what they are doing? Do they have a lot of passion on what they are doing? I say now, I determine I must put a lot of passion. I must work it very hard, put all my strength, my skill, my energy on it, that I will see the good of it. And thirdly, I say I must work in discipline. Sometimes you discipline your stomach, you discipline your urge, you discipline where you love to be, so that you go where you want to go. So in life, that is why I have that formula. I started with a little, like one little machine. But today, by God's grace, I have over 350 machines.
Incredible.
I started with only me, put all my strengths. Today, I can boast of over 400 workers.
Wow. So you're an employee. You also created opportunities for others.
Yeah. And also, I have a room to train youth. I have a passion to train youth. So I train youth, and I believe, I know over like 500 already started their own.
Okay.
Also
outside of the 400 you employ?
Yes.
So that's 900 direct beneficiaries.
Yes.
That's fantastic. So tell me, what's your relationship with Stanbic IBTC? How do they partner with you to scaling up your business to this extent?
Okay, just this year, I got the information from my friend. Then it's also it's an international man. So he told me that one day we discussed. He said Stanbic is an international bank.
That's why it's
standard bank.
Okay.
Also,
I like that. Stanbic IBTC is a very standard bank. Fantastic.
So also one day I came to Lagos and met one of my cousins. Talked about me about the Stanbic. I said, this issue of Stanbic is like I will put interest on it. Then he came about and brought some manager having a discussion that I put interest on it. When I met them, I started discussing with them, and I found out that something good. And I called down my friend, say, what do you say about Stanbic? He say, if you are there, I'm coming there too. I said, he said, Stanbic is everywhere, international.
Thank you.
And the nature of your business is international business, so you need to partnership with Stanbic. That's why immediately I say I need to open an account with the Stanbic, and I open an account, and because the system I run my company, Stanbic had become number one, the account one in my factory. They already have other accounts with different banks, but based on the interview I asked of them, I found out that Stanbic had helped many people in this country, both outside the country and the country. I said, no, I must partnership with them so that I can benefit, and not only benefit, I can also tell others how good they are.
All right. So they helped you with your business, with access to credit for your business, to scale up your business.
For now,
okay.
They are the one, because they informed me about the recurrent expenditure and capital expenditure.
Okay.
And I said yes, because of the information. When I was watching Miss Ifoma Adu, she was talking about those things. I said, she said something that touched me. Say information is very important. Where you got information, tell me where you heard.
Absolutely.
So now, I got the information. I said, okay. The first day I met Mr. Marcel, he told me about the current and the capital expenditure. So, okay, now I said, he asked me about diesel, gas, all these things. I said, most of my resources go on diesel. From information I got from Mr. Marcel, I now agree to put solar system in my company. That cost me over 45 million naira. Now I see the benefit.
Good.
And he also promised me anything I need, that call him, that Stanbic IBTC are interested to make sure things are working.
That's so good to hear. That's so good to hear. Thank you very much. So what inspired?
Please put your hands together as it comes forward. Please put those hands together, SMEs. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Okay, so we'll get started. Is it up? Okay, so morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I've been asked to speak briefly on how to access finance, and I think that it's a very important topic, and it's something that catches our attention every time. I'm going to try and make this very practical. Every day, I'm usually tasked with making decisions on either saying yes or no to credit applications, from various sources, people who want to access finance, and all of that. So we'll keep this very simple. We'll keep this very practical. some of the things that we're going to discuss are things that we are already aware of, but we want to just bring it once again to our attention, and we would just want to emphasize on some key talking points. I have a slide ready, and we will go through that, but from time to time, I would make references to certain things that may not necessarily be in the slides, just to be able to bring it home from a practical point of view. So, the first, just to look through, I'll be talking about this. The introduction, we will go to why collateral is required. We would also consider, most importantly, why do loan applications fail? Because there are times when we have to say no, and no for the right reasons. We would also look at how to position businesses for funding, the things that we need to do from a practical point of view. I think in terms of speaking to access to finance, one of the things that I would like to emphasize at this point is that, especially for SMEs, financing usually is a challenge in our context in Nigeria. I think that it's been a journey, and if we look at where we've, gone from in past times, I think that right now, this particular period or era, I think we are beginning to see concrete efforts being made to ensure that people do get financing. Now, when we speak about funding ready, all we are speaking about here is how do you get your business ready to be able to meet lenders' expectation. I don't know if we all remember, there used to be this TV program, right? And I forget now whether it's called Dragon's Den or Lion's Den, where people will come, pitch, make pitches for businesses. One of the things that you would notice in that program, that TV program I'm referring to, is that the business owner will come forward, pitch an idea, and then shortly after that, people listening will then begin to ask questions around numbers, how they intend to sell, who do they want to sell to. Now, at the end of the day, they either get a yes or a no. They either get the funding. Now, one point to emphasize here is that businesses don't necessarily get financing because they are passionate. You may be passionate about your idea. You may be passionate about your business. But for you to be able to get financing, there needs to be some organization. Your business needs to be organized in a certain manner, in a certain way, to be able to access this financing. And I think the good book really puts this in a very succinct point when it says that make the vision plain, write the vision, write it and make it plain on tablets, that he may run that readeth it. So what's that phrase saying? It's saying, write the vision, make it plain on tablets, simplify it, organize it, such that people who want to fund that business will see through what you are saying. And you must remember that your business plan and everything that you try to articulate is your story. So you are making your vision plain, and you are trying to tell the story why people should provide financing for it. And one of the things that we should also note is that investors and businesses will fund where there is a clear plan for it. And, I will touch more on some practical points, as we go along the line. So, but one of the key points to note from here now is that you will get financing if you show that your business is organized. And I think organization is a key point that we need to speak about, because, in this part of the world and in this part of the country, from time to time, I find out that if we were a little bit more organized, then maybe life will be a little bit easier. I'll give a practical example. At times we speak about infrastructure, in the society, whether it's road, bridges, and we say, oh, you know what, we need more infrastructure. The point I try to make in private conversations is that maybe if we were a little bit more organized in maintaining the infrastructure that we have, maybe life will be a little bit more easier. And I think it's the same point with having a business, running a business, and trying to get finance from a lender or a financier. If you are organized, you have your records, you keep records of what you do. How do you sell? Who do you sell to? Do you sell on credit? Is it a cash and carry business? If you sell on credit, what are the terms? Is it 20 days after, 15 days after that you get monies? Just very simple things. If you keep records of this, it makes it easier when you approach an organization, an FI organization, and you want financing. They are able, because they would ask questions. And as they ask questions, you are able to bring out the records. It mustn't be very complicated. It is as simple as, who do you sell what you sell to? How many times in a day do you collect monies? Do you collect monies daily? Do you collect monies monthly? Or do you collect monies on a quarterly basis? Those simple things, if you keep a record and, you ensure that it is structured, when you approach an organization, it is much easier. So I think the key point here is you need some sort of structure and you need to be better organized with your business. I'll speak about documentations, and at times there are a wide range of documentations that are required. Now, the one point to note here is that Stanbic IBTC is a highly regulated institution like every other bank. And from a prudential guideline, the regulator has set some minimum standards. There are basic information that are required for us to be able to go into partnership or go into business with our clients. And part of it is, the first point there just speaks to your legal document that sets up that business, right? Your CAC documents, your tax identification number, and all of those things. Those speak to the KYC because it is important. We need to know who we are doing business with. It's a key point. We need to know who we are doing business with, and we need to have the records of how that business is structured. Now, when we speak about financial records, and I think if we're speaking with particular reference to SMEs, you may not get financial records. In our experience, what we typically do is we lean heavily on bank statements. For us to make decisions as to whether to lend or not lend, we rely heavily on bank statements because we recognize that for a whole lot of SMEs, the affordability may be a problem in terms of going to go and get your auditors, something that the typical big corporates will be able to afford. So we rely heavily on bank statements. And I know a lot of us here, we do have accounts, whether it's with the fintechs, whether it's your regular bank, your microfinance bank. Bank statements play a critical role. On a daily basis, I would say, and it's a point I always make to the team in the office, on a daily basis, if we have to approve maybe 20 deals that are SME related, we will find our experience is that 15 out of that 20, we rely heavily on bank statements, because the bank statements, what does it tell us? The bank statements would tell us whether that business is viable. The bank statement will also tell us whether indeed there are cash flows in that business. The bank statements also give a sense of how very organized that business is. So I think for SMEs, it's a clear thing that bank statements are very critical, and there's a heavy reliance on it in making our decisions. Now, do we require audited statements, management numbers? The answer is also yes. For small and micro SMEs, we would rely more on bank statements. For medium SMEs and maybe the top end of the enterprise market, we typically will want statements. I'll break it down this way. The numbers tell a story. When we meet you, we come to prospect and we say, oh, we want to do business with you. You tell us a story. You tell us this is what your business is about. This is what you do. This is how you do your business. You have 10 warehouses here. You have 20 stores here. You have 30 distributors. You tell us all that nice story. We always want to check the numbers, and we want to see some consistency. In essence, the numbers should harmonize with the story that we've been told. The numbers should always harmonize with the story that we've been told. So numbers are very critical. Numbers are very, very important. And it is the reason why we do ask for this. Because at times, somebody wants to borrow money. And we say, oh, I want 20 million naira. We said, okay, can you give us your bank statements? You say you bank with MoneyPoint, OPay, and the likes. And then the team comes back and says, oh, well, the customer says they cannot share this information. The question I then ask is, what does the customer want us to do? If the customer is not going to share the information, how do we make a decision? I understand that at times, trust is very critical, and people feel that they have to be careful not to give this information out because they don't want to share trade secrets. But the truth of the matter is, you need to be open and honest with your banker. You need to be open and honest with your lenders. If you're ill, when you go to the doctor, you are not going to hide information when you are before your doctor. You will tell your doctor as it is because you want a solution. So, in the same vein, for you to be able to access financing, you should be open with your lenders, with your financiers. You should put the records there so that we can see. By the way, there are times when we look at finance, bank statements, management numbers, and we end up making a decision and telling the client, but you don't really need financing because your bank statements, your management numbers are telling us that your business is cash rich. So the numbers tell a story, and the numbers must always harmonize with the story that has been told. And that is why it's a critical bit. Now, the other bit is about business plan. And like I said earlier in the prior slide, write the vision, make it plain on tablets that he may run that reads it. So, in other words, you must have a plan. There must be a strategy. There must be a sense of how you want to make money. And you must be able to articulate it clearly how we get paid. Now, one of the things we always say, and one of the points I always try to make is that we are not in the business to lend solely on the basis of collateral. You must remember, banks and other financiers are financial companies. We lend money. What we want to collect is money back. Yes, you may give us collaterals, but we are not real estate managers. We are lenders. We lend money. We want to collect monies back. So in putting out a business plan, it is important to indicate what the revenue model is. How do you want to make money? Where do you want to make the money from? How many people do you want to sell this to? How will you sell it? In what market, in what space? And how do you intend to collect the monies back that will ensure that you can get your loans repaid? It's as simple as that. And I'm being very conscious because I want to just make this very simple. How are you selling? Who are you selling to? How are you collecting the money? Are you selling on credit? The people you are selling on credit, do you trust them? How many days credit are you giving them? If you are selling, if it's cash and carry, how often does this cash come? Do you have weekly sales, daily sales, monthly sales, quarterly sales? Very simple information. Tell us your story, put it in a plan. And of course, if the transaction or the transaction in question requires collateral, we definitely will look at the collateral documents. But I think there's a slide that speaks to when do we need a collateral in lending to businesses. And please, let's not forget that one of the teams is growing sustainable SMEs. And that is very critical, the operating world being sustainable. I was speaking to a client, I think 2 days ago, and the client was telling us, giving us a bit of their history. It's a very medium-sized company, and they've been around since 1929. And they're in Nigeria, yeah. They've been around since 1929, doing the same business and all of that. So in speaking to sustainability, I think we need to get to that point where we have such businesses. At times when people talk about business longevity, we tend to ascribe or associate that with the big corporates. They've been around for 100 years, 200 years. But people at times do not feel that SMEs can last that long. But in truth, SMEs actually can. If we are organized, if we have a better structure, if we have a clear business plan, and you can hand over that business to the next generations and generations after. And I think that is what we seek to do in financing SME businesses. So, I guess this is an important question. When do we require collateral? Because it's usually a big question, comes up a lot. My sense is that you would require collateral in transactions depending on the materiality. I'll repeat myself. I think that collateral becomes important depending on the materiality of the amounts that we are looking at. And I think today in the bank, we do have certain products. There are certain of our products that are designed for SMEs where they are unsecured. But if we then begin to go into certain material amounts, we will require collateral. I made a point earlier that we are a highly regulated institution. And as part of our prudential guideline, which is a broad guideline that the regulator has put together to determine how we do business, there are certain transactions that we cannot undertake or carry out without collateral. And I think the way I look at it is, in your everyday life, there are people that come to you, your siblings or your relatives or your friends. They come to borrow. There are some people that come and say, Sam, give me 10 million or give me 2 million. And you can easily give it to them, right? But there are some people that if they come to you and say, give me 5 million, you will say, okay, the spare key to that your car, can you give it to me? Or the title document of that land somewhere, give it to me. Now, what's that person trying to do? The person is trying to hedge. Because the person is saying, look, if this thing goes sideways, I want to have a fallback. And I think a lot of us can relate in the room. In the same vein, there are also people that if they come to you to borrow money, you won't give them. And there's a reason why. There are some people that if they come to you to borrow, you will willingly give them because you know that they will. So I think it's the same principle. If in our daily interactions, our daily human interactions, we apply those principles, it's the same principles that we apply from a bank customer basis. We do require the collaterals when there is a significant or material amount of money in question. And it is to help keep us in check. So at times, people come and they say, oh, look, I want to do this transaction. I want to buy, for example, this machinery. The machinery is going to cost 200 million or 100 million. The question we ask is, what is your equity in this transaction? So at times, customers will come back and say, oh, no, I don't want to contribute equity. And then we go back and say, well, if you don't want to contribute equity, why do you want us to fund 100%? So the point to make here is that collateral is important when there's a significant amount or material amount of money involved. And it provides comfort in cases of default, because not every loan transaction goes well. Not because, we had structured it in such a way that it was meant to go bad, but it is because things happen. The macros happen, for example. I'll give us a practical example here, just to demonstrate when things can go bad when we did not expect. So I think it was maybe 2024, early 2025, the federal government came out because of the high price of rice in the market. The federal government came out with a policy that allowed importation of brown rice for a period of 180 days. Now, remember that prior to this time, we had the government make serious interventions in the rice market where they funded Nigerians who set up rice mills and all of that. And we also grew significantly our production of, paddy rice, which is used to process and make the rice that we eat. That policy impacted all the rice players in the market, such that the smaller players, most of them had to close down shop. And it was just some players, the medium size and the big players, because what happened then was, there was then a flood of rice in the market. People had bought the paddy rice at a high price. All of a sudden, they couldn't process and sell because the prices had gone significantly lower. So people had stock in their warehouses, but because they had bought it at the old price, which was high, they couldn't sell it. And so there were losses. And a number of our clients made losses, which they are trying to trade off now. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that anything can happen. It could be as a result of government policies. It could be as a result of something in the economy that we did not envisage. So in those times, collateral becomes very important. And, for some certain type of transaction, for example, you want to fund buses for your business, you want to fund trucks to be able to carry your business, the collateral in that instance will be the truck that we are financing. You want to set up a production line because you all of a sudden has, realized that in Ibadan, for example, they like to take Milo. So you want to open a Milo factory or a new production line, and we will fund that. The collateral in that instance will be that production line that we have funded. So I think with the issue of collateral, it's on a case-by-case basis. But the good thing to note, though, is that with the advent of the likes of DBN, Developmental Bank of Nigeria, the likes of Impact Credit Guarantee, NISAL, and co., we are able to go into transactions that before now we couldn't because of partial guarantees. In some instance, we do have transactions where DBN, Impact Credit Guarantee covers 50%, 60%, 75% as the case will be. So I think that, this time and this era, collateral should not be a stumbling block to be able to do transactions and to be able to lend to SMEs. There are a whole lot of interventions that are available, and I think that we are exploring them and we will continue to explore them. Why do loan applications fail? I started by saying that on a daily basis, I am tasked with making decisions as to saying yes or no to deals. Most times, we do say yes. Unfortunately, sometimes we say no. and we say no because we have to say no. Or at times, we say no, and we also tell you, the team, what they need to go back and do and what the client needs to go back and do to be able to then get a yes. The target, of course, ideally, is that we should be able to say yes to every transaction that comes our way. But unfortunately, there are times when that is not the case. So why do we say no? Why do we say no? There are a couple of reasons, right? At times, we do have inconsistency. And I think I made that point earlier. Somebody has come, we've sat with the client has told us a lot about their business, right? And then we say, okay, show us the numbers. And then we look at the numbers, and then we cannot marry that number with the story that the client has told us. So at times, we have to say no. At times also, it's just the issue of clients not being totally open with us and providing required information. And I made that point earlier, that I think that business owners should be transparent with their finances. You need to give us the total picture. You need to tell us as it is. If we are not able to get the total picture, it becomes difficult to make an informed decision. Now, the regulator expects that we display the utmost duty of care and sound judgment always when we consider loan applications. We try our best within the information that has been provided to be able to do that. But we do get instances when we cannot make a decision because the information is not consistent with the story that has been told. That's a critical point. At times also, it has to do with a very weak business plan. Okay, you've told us you want to sell Zobo in Lagos Island, but you have not told us how you are positioning yourself to sell that Zobo. You have not told us who in particular do you want to sell this Zobo to. How will you collect the money? You've not said it. You've said, yes, this is what you want to do. But your story is not aligning. You're not telling us, because remember, you are the subject matter expert. We do not pretend to know your business more than you do. We want to learn from you. We want to hear your story. We want to understand your business. We want to understand the market positioning. And from there, we can then find the opportunity for us to come in and support. And by all means, we want to support every business idea that comes. But the business idea must be anchored on reality. It must be anchored on a good storyline, a good business strategy, a good repayment strategy. It must be anchored on those things. We have to understand how you intend to repay us. If we are not clear on that, it becomes difficult for us to make a decision as to whether to say yes or whether to say no. So, weak business plan at times, and the next point is the weak corporate governance. It's a bit difficult because at times we find out that business owners do not separate the monies that come from the business from their personal funds. So it becomes a bit difficult for us to be able to say for certainty how much money this business makes. Because we want to understand, we want to know the potential, we want to understand whether that business is viable. And the business viability and all of that is gotten from, the separation of your business funds from your personal funds. You can just set up, even if it's a, business name, you set up a different account for that. Everything from the business goes into that account. Everything that has to do with your personal thing goes into a separate account. So that when we are asking and we are trying to unpack whether this business is a business we should support, we have a basis for that. And I think the other bit is around the relationship between borrowing. You know, there are a whole lot of organizations around, and from time to time, what we try to do is, like I said, we get your bank statement, we go to the credit bureau, and we pull out information about your credit history and how you do things. From time to time, we do find out that where there are bad credit checks signals that that business owner may not be somebody we can trust. Because if you are owing 10 naira, how do we get comfort that you will be able to pay 100,000 naira? It's as simple as that. So you need to pay attention to your credit history because it is very, very important. A bad credit check signals that, you know, we need to be careful there. I think, how do you position your business? And for some of these things, we have spoken to them earlier. I'll just pick the point around diversifying your revenue streams. It's very important. You must not do your business in such a way that you depend on one or two customers. Because the day they decide that they don't like your face, your business is gone. So you must do your business in such a way that you have a rich clientele base, such that if one person decides that they don't want to do business with you, you still have a business going for you. I've spoken about having a clear funding story, and also the need to build a very good relationship with your bankers, your lenders, your financiers. It's very important. Of course, strengthening governance, showing cash flows, and all of that. I think Stanbic IBTC is committed to building the SME sector, and we do have lots of products, programs, and we are also focused on supporting SME businesses, and there are a whole lot of things that we are doing currently. But more importantly, I think that the key takeaway from all of what I've said is that we need to be better organized. We need to keep records. We need to have a structure. We need to have a clear story about our business. And we need to keep financial records because it helps for us to make decisions. And I hope that as we go on, that we will begin to see more credit applications that we can say yes to, or even if we have to say no temporarily, that people can go back, do the work, and come back, and we can then see more successes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for him once again. Okay, sir, before you leave, SMEs here would like to have a few questions. Ask questions, please. Do we have people here who want to ask questions before I go to the one online? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. How many can we take, ma? Okay, 4 questions. But let me just say 1 or 2 here. Someone is asking that what does monetarian means and how does it apply to what you have just shared with us? Do you want to take it all together?
No, I'll take them one after the other. So please just repeat the question.
What does monetarian means and how does it apply to SME business?
What does moratorium?
Moratorium, yes.
Oh, right. Okay. So moratorium simply means we are giving you a period when you won't start paying on your loan. So I would explain. You want to buy an equipment. That equipment has to be manufactured in Germany. It will take 3 months to manufacture the equipment. It will take another 1 month for that equipment to be brought to the shores of Nigeria. And you know how it is to clear your goods at the port. It will take another 2 weeks. And then it will take some time for you to put that equipment together. And then before that equipment begins to produce goods that you can then sell and then get monies back to pay. So when the banks provide funding for that kind of transaction, we have to factor in all of that. If we fund and the next month we require you to start paying, then it becomes a problem. Because remember, we are funded, but the equipment has to be manufactured first of all, then it has to be brought into the country, then it has to be set up before it begins to produce to generate the income. So moratorium simply means in dealing that transaction, we will give you a period of time when you don't have to pay either the principal and the interest or the principal while you continue to service the interest. That's what moratorium simply means. A leave of time or an accommodation when you are not paying on the loan that you have taken.
Thank you very much. Okay, the first question, you can unmute and just speak into the microphone. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Tolulokwe Ayowumi. I'm from the oral healthcare sector. So I want to know, Stanbic IBTC, do you support health-related businesses or businesses within the healthcare value chain? Do you support businesses in that sector? Thank you.
The answer is yes, we do. We actually have in the business and commercial banking segment of the bank, we actually have a health desk. And I'm sure, I don't know if she's around, but we actually have a health desk where we fund. We do have this program also. We have various schemes and programs in that segment where we fund whether healthcare equipment, the big hospitals, pharmaceuticals, pharmacies and all of that. We do have a healthcare desk and we are actively funding in that sector. In fact, it is one of the most active portfolios that we have in our business and commercial banking segment.
Next question, please.
Good morning, House. I'm Mrs. M.F. Ahmed Ogundipe from Sunshine Eco Farmer. I'm opportune to be in one of such summits last year. So I stand in for my organization, which is Sunshine. But unfortunately, we are unable to get through because we are not trained how to write the proposal, how to present it. So I want to ask, for an individual that is doing home garden, how can the organizer help us? Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ma. I was actually looking for her. I couldn't place where she was talking from. Oh, okay. Okay. I've seen you, Ma. Thank you so much. So I think that we can get somebody to you, to sit with you, and understand your business, and we can put that together. So Ikechi, if you want to take note of that so that, so someone will get in touch with you, and we would look into that and help you put that through. That's also something that we do offer advisory services. So we'll do that.
Sorry, before the next person here, this person is saying, I've tried several times to get my loan from Stanbic, but it's been from one regularization to another, and I got tired. What other shortcuts can you do for me? Okay, so this is like a regularization issue. I think BVN, NIN, and all the rest. So what shortcuts can you do?
Unfortunately, there are no shortcuts to KYC, right? But again, I made the point that we are a highly regulated institution, and our basis to operate as a bank rests on ensuring that we do things the right way. But I think that we can take note of that, and we can reach out to the individual concerned and see what exactly the issues are, and so that we can deal that. That can be dealt.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Okoronkwa Lillian, founder of Zuligan Pub. I would like to ask, do you have any form of program, maybe something like an incubation? I wouldn't want to call it SME bootcamp. Something like an incubation program where you nurture entrepreneurs, fund them, and still support them to ensure that they succeed in the society. They must succeed. You know, you see them grow. All of these points that you have listed, you make sure that they incorporate it in the business and they are out representing Stanbic IBTC Bank in a positive manner. Thank you.
Thank you. The truth is that it is what we do every day. Ikechi, as you can see, you're getting more clients. So my colleague who is seated here will reach out to you, Ma, but it is something that we do. In fact, there are a couple of businesses that have become very big in the country today that started as SMEs and banked with us. And we grew them to the point where they then left the SME commercial type business segment and went to the corporate side of things. So the answer to that question is that yes, it is something that we do as our business as usual. And we have lots of cases to show and to showcase of companies that started with us very small and today they are quite big and doing revenues in billions of naira. So the answer to that, Ma, is that yes, we are, and it is something that we do. I think my colleague is getting near to you so that he can, engage you. Thank you.
Sorry, before the next person, I have a question here. I am a fashion designer and a supplier. I have always had challenges finding a LPO. Does your bank finance LPO? I don't have proper documentation yet in my fashion business. How can I have your bank to fund my business?
So, I did mention that we do have schemes where we have products where we lend to clients without collateral and it's purely unsecured. And we do have interventions from the likes of DBN and Co. I think that in this instance for her business, it will fall amongst those. So it will be useful for her to reach out to an enterprise banker. But I think Ikechi is also there, so Ikechi will take note of that. And I think it's a business that we can fund. We do have clients in that segment that we are funding. And yes, we do have a purchase order finance product that is currently active in the bank.
Then you have not talked about percentage interest rate, the interest rate for businesses.
No, so the interest rate is, interest rates differ, right? Again, you can't have one interest rate that applies to everyone, right? You would look at this on a case-by-case basis. You would look at the risk profile of the client involved. But we also do have intervention programs from time to time from various government agencies where we do lend at a far lower rate than your typical commercial type lending. So the interest rates are available. Concessionary rates are also available. But this is on a case-by-case basis. Thanks.
Still talking about LPO, an SME here wants to disagree with you.
Sorry, take that again.
All right, thank you. It's about the LPO question.
Okay.
Now, the last time we contacted Stanbic IBTC to fund our LPO. Now, most of the LPOs we have 2 weeks, 1 month payment max. But we were quoted 28% interest rate. How can you supply at 28% interest rate? How much do you make on those supplies? Most times we are looking for interest rate of 1%, single-digit interest rate for LPOs. All the time, what I've gotten from Stanbic is 2-digit, and you can't work with that. So can you please explain more? Let me understand.
Okay. Yeah, interest rate is always an interesting topic. So let's remember, right? And I think at times people will say, but this other bank is doing this other bank is doing this. Banks will lend at a particular interest rate depending on the profile of their cost of funding. So remember that as banks, we take monies from people. So people give us monies, fixed deposits, call deposits at a particular rate, and they want returns on that. So it's a function of our cost of funding. Also a function of the monetary policy rate, like you know. And for a long time, the monetary policy rate has been double digits, almost circa 30%. It was just recently that, they moved it downwards. So the truth of the matter is we can have a conversation on cost of funding if available, and if we do have funds from the likes of DBN, BOI, and co. Yes, it is possible that we could lend at those. But at times, even where we do have those fundings available, the amount of monies that those organizations make available to us is limited. So it is not able to go around. But generally, based on our cost of funding profile, it is almost near impossible for us to be able to lend at a single-digit rate. That is the reality of it. But from time to time, where available, we do get those concessionary rates, and we can make those available.
Thank you. Next question.
Hello, my name is Alima. So please, I wanted to ask, in a situation whereby someone has taken up a loan and the person decides to probably relocate to another state or another country and still continue the business, but the person has not paid the loan finish, is it possible for the person is the person free to relocate and still, I don't know if you understand my question.
So you're saying, let me see if I follow you. So you're saying, today you live in Lagos and you borrowed 1 million naira to put into the business and you continue to pay on this money, right? And then for some reasons, you have to relocate, and let's say, for example, you relocate to Canada or you relocate to Abuja, right? Your question is if it is okay for you to relocate. Yes, of course. The answer is yes, you can relocate. The more important question is, as long as you continue to keep to your fiduciary duties, your loan repayment comes as and when due. I do not see the issue there. I mean, things happen and you would have to make decisions. In some instances, we have seen where people are relocating and they decide to pay down on the facility. In some instances, they do tell us, yes, this is what is happening to me in my life at this point, but however, my business will continue to run and the repayments will continue to come as and when due. And as long as that happens, there are no issues.
A question here says, I am a farmer and I'm into paddy rice. The business is seasonal. I am not interested in a 12-month loan. Is it possible to borrow money per season and return after harvest?
We do that for some of our clients in the rice portfolio. So in fact, if you look at the profile of our rice portfolio, there's a particular time in the year when people draw on the loan. There's a particular time in the year when the exposure is zero because, harvest has come, monies have come in and they pay down. So the answer is yes. We don't necessarily have to give you a 12-month facility for that. We can provide the funding for that. And like we said, we have an active rice portfolio. And I think we are one of the few banks that are lending in that space. Thanks.
The last question, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. So my question is, in a place where someone has already... All right. In a place where someone has already taken loan, and you said it the other time that at times government policy comes in and that policy in particular affects your business and where you are running in a loss. And meanwhile, you've been committed to the loan. So do you have a way you ease the person in particular that is already running in loss to pay back the loan, or how can one go about something like that?
Yes, we do. We do have, we can do a lot of restructurings, and we do a lot of it for our clients. Remember that in 2024, Naira was somewhere at 400, and all of a sudden it went almost close to 2,000 to a dollar. A lot of our clients were impacted. A lot of them lost money significantly. And most of them came back to us, and we sat down, and, loans that were supposed to have been repaid in maybe 12 months, we had to do a 3-year restructuring, 5-year restructuring, 4-year restructuring in some instance. So we do have those available. We are not, like we said, we understand the impact at times that certain things in the macro economy, how it plays out in people's businesses, even in our personal lives. I mean, the price of milk used to be maybe 2,000 plus. Now to buy cowbell in the supermarket, you'll be coughing out 10,000 for an average size. So those things impact everyone, right? How much more in your business? And if you do take facilities from us and you have such situation, please come talk to us and we'll be willing to restructure. It is something that we do. Okay. Any more questions?
Hello. Good morning. So my question / complaint is, I've been banking with Stanbic since I started my company, and we have been able to grow to a certain level. However, one of the challenges that we had, or one of the requirements we had when we wanted to get, I run an advertising agency. Basically, when we wanted to get certified by Archon, was we needed to get a bank credit guarantee from the bank that you have. Not a bank guarantee, just a credit guarantee. That means if provided that you fulfill all the requirements of the bank, they can provide you credit. Just basically saying that you are in good standing with your bank, right? The amount that was required was lesser than the amount of transactions we had done with Stanbic. I went to the bank, I sent a message to the manager. I even went to the head office. I couldn't even have anyone to come and receive me at the head office. So, to be honest, that was one of the reasons why I even stopped working with Stanbic. My question is this: when it comes to businesses that are growing, okay, and businesses that have challenges like these, where it seems like the bank is turning deaf ears, what are the opportunities, or what are the measures in place? Because I'm not going to lie, my account, I've already moved my business elsewhere. So what do you do to make sure that people like me do not just move on quietly? Thank you.
Okay, are you willing for us to have another conversation?
Well, it depends on what's on the table. So if you people have something...
No, because, I mean, we can talk, and we will come to you, and we will have a conversation on that. I mean, it is something that we've done for a couple of clients where you require such letters. But I don't know what happened in that instance, but it is something that we can do. So please, let's have another conversation.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please let's give Mr. Samuel Ekpeyon, the head credit business and commercial banking at Stanbic IBTC, a resounding round of applause for doing justice to that masterclass on how to access finance. And I'm sure a lot of you took notes and learned a lot. And it was very, I wonder if he's a lecturer, very happy to take all your questions, and he did justice to it. Good morning once again. My name is Benga Aborowa. I was here yesterday as your co-compare and host, and Ayo Myra Esse will join us shortly. I would also like to say a big thank you to our ad hoc MC for standing in for us earlier. But before we go on with today's proceedings, may we please rise for the national anthem. Apologies for the, in broadcasting they call it dead air, so okay, great.
Brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
We may now take our seats. Once again, you're welcome to day 2 of the first ever edition. I believe it will be first of many to come of the Nigeria Business Summit brought to you by Stanbic IBTC. Yesterday was indeed an event-packed day, and we had a full house, and we're hoping to replicate that in today's proceedings. Thank you very much once again for taking time out to grace us on this very special occasion. And today promises to be as good, if not even better, than what we had yesterday. We have also the pleasure of having distinguished dignitaries, very important personalities join us. I would acknowledge you duly during the course of our program. And moving on with the agenda for this morning, day 2 of the Nigeria Business Summit. I would like to invite for the welcome remarks, to welcome us officially to day 2 of the Nigerian Business Summit, the Chief Executive, Stanbic Bank IBTC, Mr. Wale Adeniyi, ably represented by Bumi Dayo Olagunju, the Deputy Chief Executive, Stanbic Bank IBTC. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, leaders, decision makers, all our invited guests, our very able, loyal customers, and everyone here today. We are absolutely delighted to welcome you. I completely love the energy in the room and the engagements so far. And as one of my bosses loves to say, you can tell how the day will go by the morning. And if this is how we started, I can just imagine what the end would look like. So thank you so much for being very engaging, and please enjoy everything that we have prepared for you today. Before I proceed, I would like to specially recognize some of the dignitaries in our midst, whom we are also pleased could join us this morning. Yesterday, the Honorable Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edu, sent a video, and in it, spoke with us and gave a charge concerning Nigeria being ready for business. Today as well, we have in our midst Madam Aisha Aminu Abdullahi. She's the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs in Katsina State. You're very welcome, Madam. We also have with us Mr. Christian Udechukwu. He's the former Honorable Commissioner for Trade and Industry, Anambra State. We would continue to recognize dignitaries as they grace us with their presence during the course of this event. Talking about yesterday, we didn't just open the summit. It was truly for us an open door to the future. And as I took a look around the room, a very packed room yesterday, also another engaging day yesterday, I saw more than executives. I saw business leaders and owners who were truly ready to scale their business, and not just scale it fast, but scale it in a sustainable way. And you'd notice that a lot of what we've been speaking to you around has been how to achieve that sustainably, and how to do it, of course, with Stanbic IBTC. One of the key takeaways from yesterday's session, a memorable moment for me, was the panel session with Mr. Taiwo Shitu, the current chief executive of Lanre Shitu Motors. And you remember during the conversation, some of the highlights were that the need to have a partner that you trust, who is ready and willing and capable of working the journey of scale for your business with you, is paramount. And he gave an example of how his business has transitioned from the first generation into the second generation, of which he is the second generation. And working with Stanbic has grown the business over 700%. And he was very clear to say it wasn't all a bed of roses, but that in thick and in thin, good times, bad times, the bank came through for him. And in his words, he said his partnership with Stanbic is a marriage, but a good marriage, not a toxic one. And so we invite you to partner with us. We do have subject matter experts across various industries: education, healthcare, many oil and gas, agriculture. These are for us subject areas that we have delved into, created capacity, resources, skills, and teams in Nigeria and across Africa to back you. So when you're ready to scale within Nigeria, we can support. When you're ready to move cross-border, we can also support. And we welcome you to do so with us. Today, we are laser focusing on SMEs. And as you've seen from the first session, it promises to be very enlightening. We continue to welcome your questions and opportunities to take business further with you. In closing, I would just like to leave you with a charge. And it is simply that as you exchange contacts and business cards and make connections here today, also exchange vision and ideas. As Dr. Sam charged us, make the vision plain. Exchange the visions and opportunities, and the partnership that you require to take you to that next level. We are willing and able and capable to do so with you. Thank you once more, and welcome to day 2.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Mrs. Bumi Dayo Olagunju, the Deputy Chief Executive at Stanbic IBTC, for her opening remarks. Like she said, given the highlights of yesterday's conversation, that so many things happened. And one thing we can all agree on from the testimonials and from what people said is that Stanbic IBTC is indeed a reliable partner. I said this yesterday, that we're very lucky and we're very grateful for Stanbic IBTC for taking the initiative of having this Nigeria Business Summit, because if you had to pay to attend such masterclasses and listen to the subject matter specialists who are experts in their field, we will be paying a top dollar. It's almost like we're having a mini Davos here in Victoria Island. So let's appreciate Stanbic IBTC by putting our hands together for the management for this fantastic initiative. I would like to invite to the podium, she came from very far away from where we are today, for a few remarks, the Honorable Commissioner of Women Affairs of Katsina State, Aisha Aminu Abdullahi. Please, let's keep the applause and show her Lagos hospitality until she gets to the podium. Thank you. Let's keep the applause going, please.
Thank you, and good morning. I think this is better. This is better now, yes. Once again, thank you, and good morning. And I'm very delighted to be here this morning with you. I'm coming, like he said, all the way from Katsina State. It's a pleasure to be here. But first of all, I'd like to highly commend Stanbic IBTC for organizing this session, Nigeria Means Business. Over the last 3 years, I have personally been working in the MSME space, which is enterprise development, with a focus on the small businesses, how we can grow them and ensure that they scale up within a sustainable way and manner. And over the last 3 years, what I can say is my experience has been that beyond access to finance, there has to be intentional approaches, multi-sectoral approaches, starting from policy making and other capacity development programs that would give the businesses, especially women-led businesses, the technical knowledge and capacity on how to grow their businesses. Often at times we look at the limitations in terms of finance, but I have found that over the last 3 years, working with small businesses and enterprise development experts, one of the major challenges MSMEs face is not just limitations to finance, but has been the lack of technical capacity, business knowledge, like Dr. Sam, the first speaker, mentioned in his presentation. You find that their inability to have certain documents, business strategy, and ability to plan for the future is one of the reasons that sometimes stops them from scaling up in a sustainable way and manner. So this conference has come in at a right time, I would say. Nigeria is growing. Nigeria is open for business. And the world as a whole now is facing various challenges in terms of economics, and there's a war going on in Iran that is disrupting logistics and global trade. So businesses must understand these challenges and be able to learn and adapt in a way that can ensure their sustainability. So such conferences or such events that bring business policymakers and financiers together is a very commendable initiative, and I'd like to say that we're happy to partner with Stanbic IBTC as a state to see how we can also leverage on opportunities that will see our MSMEs and women-led businesses, especially. The reason why I focus on women-led businesses is not because I'm just a commissioner for women affairs, but we found out that women are better creditors. Let me put it that way. When you lend to a woman, you're almost absolutely certain of getting your money back. I did a study tour about 2 years ago in Eastern and Southern Africa. There's an enterprise development organization in Tanzania called SIDO. 90% of the credit they recover is from women-owned and led businesses. You realize that when you give a woman money, she ensures that she turns it around, her household becomes more stable. And when households are more stable, communities prosper and thrive better, which overall impacts on the economy as a whole. So would like to commend Stanbic IBTC highly for organizing this, and also continue to work with you as a partner to see how we can support each other and grow our small businesses and the economy as a whole. Thank you very much, and I look forward to coming back when next you're having such occasions. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please, let's put our hands together for the Honorable Commissioner of Women Affairs in Katsina State, Aisha Aminu Abdullahi. Thank you so much for your remarks. We now move on to our first big business of the day. I mean, everything we do here today is serious business. And that would be the first panel session of the day. The topic of discussion will be the SME economy, advancing trends and opportunities. I'm sure there are lots of small business owners here in the hall today, and we kept reiterating the importance of today's sessions, because it's going to be focused on SMEs, hence the SME Hub. To introduce this this panel session, the distinguished moderator, I'm just going to take time out to read a bit of a citation while I'll bring her out, and then she would introduce the other members of the distinguished panel. To moderate this very important session is Jumoke Bello. She's the head of enterprise banking at Stanbic IBTC, leading the bank's engagement with small and growing business across Nigeria. She focuses on providing tailored financial solutions, advisory support, and ecosystem partnerships that help enterprises scale sustainably. She's known for a strong customer focus and a commitment to empowering entrepreneurs with practical, growth-oriented solutions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome our distinguished moderator for this session, the head banking enterprise, business and commercial banking at Stanbic IBTC, Jumoke Bello. You're welcome, and happy deliberations.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for honoring our invite for this summit. We're very happy to have you with us. As our Deputy CE said, yesterday was a packed day. Very, very exciting. A lot of feedback attesting to that. And today, I know is not going to be different. fact, I've been very excited about day 2 since I saw the program, because as the Minister of Finance said in his address yesterday, SMEs are the engine of growth. And if we do want to get to the 1 trillion economy, we have to scale SMEs. And we can only do that by supporting and partnering with SMEs. So I assure you that this session is going to be one that you'll find very, very interesting, very insightful, because we have subject matter experts who will be sharing their thoughts with you around finance, scaling, and growing the SME businesses. We can actually be here the whole day if we want to talk about the SME economy, but we just have 1 hour. So I would bring on the panelists, I will just shortly bring them on, but just wanted to say why it's so important for us to focus on SMEs and why in Stanbic IBTC we are serious about partnering, supporting and growing SMEs. We know they contribute close to 50% to the GDP. We also know SMEs make up over 90% of the businesses in the country. And more importantly, countries, economies that have focused on developing, growing, and supporting SMEs are actually seen as front runners and developed countries. So we can't actually be growing, we can't be seen as a growing, developing nation if we do not support a 50 million populace, because we have close to 50 million SMEs according to Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria's the statistics on SMEs. So it's so important that SMEs are giving that attention, and at Stanbic IBTC, that's what we are doing. So I will bring on to the podium now the panelists who will be sharing, as I said, the insights, and then please, I would like you to please welcome them as they come on. We have Mr. Innocent Oji Egwonwu, is the Managing Director, OJ's International. Mr. Innocent is, OJ's International is a growing enterprise operating within Nigeria's SME ecosystem. He's a business leader. He brings hands-on experience in building, managing, and scaling indigenous enterprise with deep insight into the practical challenges and opportunities facing Nigerian businesses today. He's passionate about entrepreneurship, market access, and creating sustainable business growth. I must say that when I met Mr. Innocent, we call him OJ, in Aba, he actually gave us a masterclass in his business, in the textile import and export business. And I was so excited when he accepted to be with us today. So, Mr. Innocent, thank you very much. Please. Please keep the applause going. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. My next panelist is Mr. Christian Udechukwu, the Honorable Commissioner for Trade and Industry, Anambra State. And he's also very passionate about supporting SMEs and actually promoting them. We also met at my last visit in Oka, and there was a program directed at supporting SMEs in energy. Mr. Christian Udechukwu is, as I said, the Honorable Commissioner for Trade and Industry in Anambra State, where he led initiatives focused on enterprise development, industrial growth, and investment promotion. He has strong experience at the intersection of public policy and private sector development. He brings valuable insight into how government can create enabling environments that help business scale, compete, and access new markets. So that's the insights he'll be providing us with today. Thank you so much, sir, for this. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Okay, and the next panelist, and that's the last that I will be introducing, is Mr. Charles Odi. Mr. Odi is the Director General, Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDAN, the federal agency responsible for driving SME development nationwide. He oversees programs that support enterprise formalization, capacity building, access to finance, and market expansion for small businesses. He is a strong advocate for entrepreneurship, and he plays a central role in shaping policies that strengthen Nigeria's SME ecosystem. Thank you so much for joining us. We do appreciate your presence, and and it's been an honor having you with us. Yes, thank you so much. All right, unfortunately we have two members of our panel that couldn't make it, but we will proceed. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, sir. So I know you're all subject matter experts in your respective fields, and I know the audience has been looking forward to this session, because for them it's about how can we look at for you, Mr. Innocent, it's personal experience. When we spoke to you, you also mentioned how you were able to leverage in terms of your connections, where you were able to get the support, and that helped you with doing the exports that you do now, from the import and the export. So I will start with you, Mr. Innocent. So from your perspective as an operator, what do you see as the most systemic constraints limiting SME growth today? It could be around cost pressures, access to markets, skills, or the business environment. If you could just share with the audience, leveraging on your experience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's a privilege to be with you. Thank you very much. Okay. There are two major ways. I have two major and minor ways. Okay, in the business, SME, what constraint that we in SME is, number one is access to finance, and two, power and energy. I will speak based on my profession. I'm industrial garment. I know how important power is in industrial garment, and also access to finance. In most of the SME today, we see SME as a young business growing up. Some of we have limited access of credit. One, high interest rate in SME. Today now, generally, banks are 32% of interest rate. It's quite different, it's quite difficult for an SMC to come out. And third, collateral requirement. Most of the states now, if you need SMSC loan, then they will ask you for C of O. This thing is quite difficult for somebody to have a C of O. And also, some requirement they will ask is a very difficult task to a young business person. But another one is that power and energy. Today now, diesel is 1,820 naira. Like I myself are using like 100 and 150 kVA. It costs us over 1.something million every week to generate our power. So it's highly affect the business of SMC in Nigeria. So I also want to talk about the minor ones. The minor ones I want to say is the one, government policy. Previous years now, government policy, you pay federal inland tax, you pay state, you also pay multiple taxation of the local government. So affected us generally. Government need to help us in that area. because when you pay federal, they need to harmonize yearly assessment of any company or small scale industry so that it will help them, or small, medium enterprises, you help them so that they know what to do and what not to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Innocent. And I think from what you said, I mean, the access to finance came out strongly. And I know when Dr. Sam was talking to us, when he was giving the credit masterclass, he did talk about the why collateral and what the requirements for why the bank would ask for collateral. But yes, you are right. That's one area that SMEs struggle with. You also talked about the costs when you're talking about the power cost, and of course we all know that with the rise in the fuel price now, it's eating into, so 1 million weekly. I can even calculate. You're talking about 52 weeks in a year. That's already going upwards of, it's for an SME, it's going to be huge, a huge cost overlay. And there's the regulators on the tax. So this was why I'm going to go straight to Mr. Odi before I come to you, Honorable. And I will speak on, I know Smedan is doing a lot to support SMEs. We have been to the Smedan office in Abuja. We've seen even the workplaces that you've put in place where SMEs can come in. They can actually, for tailors, for instance, they can come in, sew their clothes, use the equipment, use the apparatus. So there's a lot Smedan is doing to support SMEs, in scaling SMEs, in developing capacity. But this area that Mr. Odi is speaking to in terms of how can you help SMEs in the engagement with regulators on taxes, I know there's also the new introduction on tax laws, but I'm going to ask you, and then I'm going to ask you to expand on that. So from Smedan's vantage point, which you occupy, what are the structural gaps that you believe must be addressed first to create an enabling environment where SMEs can actually scale rather than operate in survival mode, which Mr. Innocent was sort of alluding to here? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's such a delight to be here. I would like to first thank the management of Stanbic for putting this together for our small businesses in the MSME ecosystem. I also like to render some apologies for my colleague, the MD of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. She had to attend to some other very urgent matters. So back to the question. So what is the structural gap that I think that we must address for our small businesses to thrive? I think the most important thing for us right now is actually formalization of these small businesses. The last time we did a count, there are about 39,654,385 nano, micro, small, and medium enterprises cut across the 36 states and the FCT. And from CAC and from us as Smedan, CAC is the agency of government that formalizes these businesses. Many of these small businesses are not in our registration net. And that's not to say they are not businesses. You know, in society, someone can be a human living and breathing in society, but government might not know you, right? If you don't have a driver's license, if you don't have a BVN, NIN, international passport, you are a living, breathing human being, but you are not captured in the system. And so when you're not captured in the system, it is hard for you to take advantage of the benefits of being captured. So I think that the biggest structural gap is actually formalizing our small businesses. And I would throw it to our small businesses in the house today. How many of us are small businesses in the house? Can I see with a show of hands? Thank you. How many of you are registered with Smedan? Can I see? How about with CAC? How many of you are registered with CAC? Fantastic. So these are formalized businesses, and I'm sure that that's why they are able to come in here to network, to get information, to access whatever it is that Stanbic IBTC has put together for them today. But there are many more small businesses out there who haven't even heard about many of these things that they can take advantage of. And so if you ask them what their biggest problems are, 9 out of 10 of them will tell you access to finance, just like my brother, Mr. Innocent, was talking about. But many of Mr. Innocent's problems have already begun to be addressed. And one of them, Mr. Innocent, today, thank God you're in the garment and textile sector, we'll set up infrastructure where small businesses like yourself can walk into a facility. You don't buy the sewing machines. You don't bother about powering the sewing machines. You don't bother about maintaining the sewing machines. You just come with your raw materials, convert that to finished products, and distribute to the 36 states and the FCT. We've also spoken to the Nigerian Postal Service. You can get a 15% discount, and the God is Good GIG Logistics, you can get 20% discount. So these are some of the initiatives that we are doing to make sure that we can ease some of your burdens. We've done this in Abuja. We've implemented in Katsina. I can see the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce in Katsina. And we are also done this in Osun. We're about to take it to different other states. So we are here for you. We're here to ease your burden. We are also here to make sure that the new tax law works for you. We're talking about multiple taxation. All that is a thing of the past. The nuisance taxes, like we have tamed it, all that has been eliminated with this new tax law. And I'm sure that as you continue to do business here, you can see that the environment and the terrain will be very favorable for you. But answering your question in short, the biggest structural gap is actually knowing the small businesses. And in my 2 years of being the Director General of SMEDAN, I found out that it's not that government is not doing a lot, but it's that the people that government is doing it for, the small businesses, there's that disconnect. And so avenues like this, forums like this, will also be an avenue to bridge that gap between the small businesses and government.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ode. Please, can we just please give him a round of applause? Thank you so, so much. And it's just good to hear what SMEDAN is doing. And that is not just in Abuja. It's already going round to the different states also. So thank you so much for that, sir. So I'm just going to come to you now, Honorable Udechukwu. So, and thank you very much. I know you are also very passionate about SMEs. You're passionate about developing, scaling SMEs in Anambra State, and it's one of your, it's something you hold close to your heart. But my question to you, and from Mr. Innocent talked about it, access to finance. Yes, even the structured SMEs, the ones who have actually formalized, still have it as a challenge. So it remains a major barrier for SMEs. So with your experience in the state, from a state industry perspective, what blended finance or public-private mechanism do you believe can unlock collateral-like funding at scale for SMEs?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jumoke. I'm truly grateful to be here this morning. So I want to start by appreciating the management of Stanbic IBTC, the biggest and the best bank in Nigeria. And,
thank you, sir.
I say that with all humility and recognition of the role you have played in setting many standards, not just within Nigeria, but across the continent, opening new frontiers, making so much that most people thought impossible to become possible. So congratulations also on this platform that has just been launched. And in fact, in the time that I've been here, I've learned a few things about Stanbic that I probably didn't know, especially in terms of the MSME advisory service, because I know that that will be very central to the execution of the partnership that we now have with Stanbic IBTC to make funding available to 100,000 SMEs in Anambra State. It's a beautiful thing. It's a huge initiative. It's significant. It's one that the government is excited about. And I know that it will be extremely impactful. To have 100,000 development finance opportunity for SMEs is one that would truly give a boost to entrepreneurs in Anambra, and I'm sure the same privilege is extended nationwide to other states. Anambra State is arguably the most friendly business environment in Nigeria today. On the ease of doing business ranking, we are #1 in all of southern Nigeria, which is obviously 17 states, including Lagos State here, of course, with all respect to our host government. And in Nigeria, nationally, we rank very highly as well. We're in the top 10, and we're looking to significantly improve that. Now, it's important also for me to highlight, when I speak about us being the most friendly, to put it in perspective. If you are an SME business operator in Nigeria, in Anambra State in particular, and you have a young family, you will not be paying school fees for your children. All your children, whether they're in kindergarten, primary, junior secondary, senior secondary school, they go to school for free. And our schools, thank you, and our schools, I must say, are also exceptionally highly rated. In fact, our public schools won national awards in Abuja the last time there were rankings of the best performing public schools in Nigeria. So when we say free education in Anambra, it's actually free qualitative education, comparable to the best of the public, of the private sector schools anywhere in Nigeria, because we're investing heavily in that particular sector. So, not only that your school, your children can go to school for free, we are investing heavily in infrastructure. We have, in the last 4 years, probably built the most vast road network anywhere in the country, Nigeria. And I say that with all humility again, because various media houses in Nigeria ranked Anambra #1 in infrastructure investment in 2024 and 2025. So, what does that mean for SME businesses? Well, it means that you can move around, because Anambra is transforming into a smart megacity. It means that without prejudice to your location, your customers can reach you, and you can reach your customers within 30 minutes from all directions. And also that logistically, you can move your goods and services to anywhere you have to deliver them or have them accessible to your customers. So, with respect to that, it also means that your cost of transportation is much lower. Why? Because since the road networks have improved in Anambra, the cost of transportation has also significantly dropped. Now, we're working on the power sector, and we believe that perhaps in the next 0 to 18 months, there should be significant improvement in not just the capacity for power generation, but for transmission, and of course, the cost of consumption. We're working to see that it is lower. Now, these are very important because they are part of the pressures that SME businesses face. If they're not spending money supporting family, spending money moving goods around, they're also spending money significantly to pay for power. Now, what else have we done to make life easy for SMEs in Anambra? We have partnerships with banks like Stanbic IBTC. We have partnerships with Sweden, sitting here next to me. And we have a joint funding program, as we do with Sweden, that is easily also generally available to SMEs. We have also partnerships with the Bank of Industry, and the funds are disbursed not just directly from within the bank, but we also have funds with Anambra Small Business Service, which is ASBA. And so there's an intervening fund that enables SMEs to rise to the level where, with the funding they have available, they can confidently approach Stanbic IBTC and say, please help. And I was very happy when Dr. Sam was speaking, and he was speaking about how Stanbic IBTC have helped many businesses move up the mobility ladder, going from micro to small, small to medium, and then become large corporates. That's the kind of story we want to be telling in Anambra State. And we believe that the present partnership that we have for 100,000 SMEs will give us the foundation to be able to bring into the net businesses that will form the pride of Stanbic IBTC in terms of businesses that we identify, that we came into their lives and help them move up the ladder in terms of growth and development. We are well aware, like Madam Timoke, the moderator, has said, that the economic environment will get a little tougher from now to the end of the year, not because of anything Nigeria has done right or wrong, but because of the war in the Middle East. We have seen prices in the rise of petroleum products, and it is likely to be sustained for the next 9 months. So forums like this help to share information with SMEs to enable them be sure that they make the right adjustments in their business operations so that they survive the wave that is coming from the world to Nigeria in the next 9 months. So we, in Anambra, we have, as I said, government policies that help. We also, Professor Chukuma Charles Soludo, Governor of Anambra State, as you know, is a worldwide economist, central banker, and now governor. He's mindful of these waves of shocks that come from outside to Nigeria. And so in Anambra, we have tax relief. SMEs that are within particular ranges of turnover do not pay taxes. They are excluded from certain categories of taxes. It is publicized. We go into the markets. We let them know so that no third party comes to the market to confuse them in terms of, insisting that they must pay taxes that they have been excluded from paying. So the tax environment for SMEs in Anambra is perhaps amongst the best in Nigeria. So if you are an SME in Nigeria today and you're wondering where to start up or where to grow, Anambra is truly an option. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Udechukwu. Thank you very much for that. But, I mean, what is coming out clearly is that for SMEs to thrive, for SMEs to actually scale, they do need support. They need support not just from the private side where banks play. They need support from the state. A lot has happened, I mean, from your own experience that the state has invested to actually ease that process for SMEs. And also from what Mr. Odi said, SMEDAN also is playing its own part with making that creating that enabling platform for SMEs to actually thrive, grow, and succeed. So it's like a tripartite agreement is what I'm hearing, and if all these things are in place, then we should be able to achieve what the minister charged yesterday of Nigeria getting to a 1 trillion economy through scaling of SMEs. So thank you. I do appreciate you for the answers you've all given. But I'm going to go back to Mr. Odi before I come back to you, Mr. Innocent. And it's just leveraging on where the Honorable Commissioner left it, where he talked about, what they're doing, working with other banks and financial institutions, DFIs. So how is SMEDAN doing the same thing? That's working with banks and DFIs to expand supply chain finance, guarantees, and other instruments that reduce this collateral requirements for SMEs.
Thank you. So for us, we understand that financing is very scarce and very limited in this part of the country. And so we have signed agreements with almost all the DFIs in Nigeria, from the NCGC to the Bank of Industry, to the Bank of Agriculture, to the Bank of Nigeria, the Nigerian Import-Export Bank. And why are we doing this? Because if we give the funds to give our small businesses with the little amount of money that we have, we are able to guarantee to a certain amount the funds that the DFIs can give these small businesses. So we have, to the extent, guaranteed close to ₦1 billion for small businesses to lend from these DFIs. We've also innovatively put a structure where we want to help our small businesses in their clusters and cooperatives. So we have something called the One Local Government, One Product Initiative, where we go through the 774 local government looking for small businesses in their clusters and cooperatives. That way, we give them funding. 70% of the funding that we give the cooperatives, the associations, business member organizations, are loans, and these are zero interest loans. And 30% of the funding is a grant. So if we give you 10 million, for instance, you only get to pay back to us just 7 million. 3 million of that funds, you can use it as a grant for your cooperatives. And the fund is to be used for 3 major things. For our small businesses to be able to buy work equipment, for them to be able to add to continue to trade, that's a working capital, and for them to be able to procure workspaces. Anything out of these 3 things we frown against. And so my advice and my appeal to our small businesses here is, we might not be able to reach you one-to-one, but we want to reach you as a group. So please register as a cluster, as a cooperative. If you do not have a cooperative, we can recommend some of them to you so that you can register. And the entrepreneurial journey sometimes is a lonely one. You need people to bounce ideas off. You need people to collaborate with. You need people to share experiences with. And in those business member organizations and those clusters that we are supporting, you can actually find all of these things there. So in addition to that, we had also signed MOUs with different state governments. With Anambra state government, for instance, we have an MOU to the tune of ₦1 billion. The reason why we have not disbursed a lot is because Anambra was going through a lot of elections, and now they are done from the elections. But right now, small businesses in Anambra and access the issue
of access to funding in Anambra State for the funds that are disbursed and available through the state, whether they joint funding from Anambra State and Bank of Industry or through Anambra Small Business Association, you can get 0 to 5 million without any collateral and without any significant assets being tied down. All you need is one sponsor, one person who says, I know you, I know her, I know him, and if you give them this money, they will bring it back. If they don't, just ask me, and the funds will be made available. Now, it's 0 to 10 million, by the way, sorry, not 5 million. Now, anything above 10 million, it then means that you would have to provide some degree of comfort. But if you have Charles here at Smeden providing you with machinery for free to start up, and then, of course, you pay back as you recoup your investment, and you have Anambra State providing you with free medical care, free education, infrastructure that makes your business easy, lower or zero taxation in some cases, and provides you with a safe and secure environment, then I will choose Anambra. Now, in terms of specific opportunities that are available to you, we're building 3 new cities. What does that mean? It means you have limitless opportunities to either provide services to the state via public sector procurement, or you can provide services to the private sector that are involved in providing infrastructure for those 3 new cities. We're building a new city in Onitsha. It's called the Greater Niger City. It sits on a 5,000 hectare on the banks of River Niger. We're building a brand new capital city in Awka because the current capital is actually part of an old city, Smith City, which is part of the traditional heritage of the Awka people, and therefore limits the development space for a brand new capital. And so we have an old city and a new city that will spring up on the same 5,000 hectares of land contiguous to each other, and it will now provide even greater opportunity for those who are in the capital city to grow and to grow with the state as it evolves. Then we also now have a new aerotropolis that is also springing up alongside the Anambra mixed-use industrial city, where we have an automobile manufacturing park. As you know, Anambra is #1 in terms of domestic auto manufacturing. We have Innocent Motors, we have Oma Motors, we have Koscharis and a couple of other people that are bringing new automotive, locally manufactured vehicles to life in Nigeria. And then we have the pharmaceutical park manufacturing medicines. As you also know, Anambra in particular has a large concentration both for drug distribution and for manufacturing in Nigeria. And we're looking to localize some of those expertise domestically within Anambra. We also have a technology park, a financial center, entertainment park, and a chemical park, and a residential area. So all located in a 6,000, just almost 7,000 hectares of land that is available now. And you will be very happy to note it's a free trade economic zone. Yes, Anambra has the newest free trade economic zone in Nigeria today, approved by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the 11th of February 2026. And we're very excited about that. It offers SMEs a lot of opportunities, not just in terms of locating there and operating from there, and all the tax benefits and economic incentives that it provides, but it also enables them to serve the big industries that are coming to locate there. We have some big global and national anchor investors that are coming into that free trade economic zone to do business. Now, so these three cities offer you opportunities that are unrivaled in any state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria today. Finally, I also want to say that in Anambra we have a procurement policy that favors local service and manufacturers in Anambra State. It's called Made in Anambra. If you are producing service or producing goods in Anambra, our procurement policy says we buy from you first, and if for any reason the services or specifications that you have don't match, then of course we procure from anywhere else within the country. And so it means for us in Anambra and for an SME in Anambra, we have a duty of care to all SMEs without prejudice that are operating and doing business within the state to ensure that they grow. And I have enumerated how we provide those services. So it means that the government of Professor Chukuma Charles Soludo provides you as an SME with the best possible cushions and incentive to not just start up, but to grow sustainably in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Honorable, for that. I mean, that just shows that there is so much in terms of the opportunities for SMEs to actually scale and thrive. And that, because the state has actually invested a lot to help them do this. There's so much partnership happening also with SMEDAN, and this cuts across what SMEDAN is also doing across different states. Mr. Odi spoke about what's happening in Katsina, in Osun, in Anambra. So there are opportunities for SMEs, and that's coming across quite clearly here. And for us in Stanbic IBTC, we are also ready and willing to support SMEs, not just in Lagos, because we're already having those conversations across these states that are being mentioned. So we're also keen into this scaling, partnering initiative. Thank you, sir. So my last question, because I know that we will have questions from the audience, and I'm just going to throw this to my three panelists, but I'll ask Mr. Odi to answer first, and it's for all of you. So if you could fix only one constraint to unlock SME growth at scale, which lever do you think would move the most people the fastest? If there was just one thing that you can fix to unlock SME growth.
So we spoke to 2 million out of our 40 million small businesses, and we asked them what is the biggest problems. And the problems were three. One is power, the second one is people, and the third one is finance, PPF. Now, in terms of power, I understand that now petrol is what, 1,500? That 1,500 cost would now, by our small businesses, be reflected in their products and their services. And as a result of that, things would rise. So while we're waiting for the biggest or the bigger problem, which is power, to be solved, we as Smedan are trying to help our small businesses to actually reduce that cost of doing business, which is why we're setting up these infrastructural facilities where you don't have to buy any of the things. We've taken off those facilities from the grid. They're solar powered. You just go there, do your business. We've also negotiated with God is Good Logistics in terms of logistics so that you can also get some more money back. One thing that we are also now running is the embracing of CNG. If I was to fill my car and travel from here to Benin, I would probably buy 100,000 naira petrol. But if I convert that car to CNG, I would drive from here to Benin with less than 10,000 naira with gas. So one of the things that we've done as well for our small businesses is we're setting up conversion facilities for those in logistics so they can convert from fossil fuel to CNG, right? But also, that also has some constraint because people are saying, especially in the northern parts, access to gas is a problem. But we are trying to solve this, and we understand that these are still temporary measures while the bigger power problem will still be solved. In terms of people, our small businesses complain to us that finding skilled people is tough. Some of them have to go to Cotonou and Benin to get some skilled people for tiling, for POP, and things like that. So what we have done is we've approached the Ministry of Education, and we've gotten a license to set up a university where we can now start churning out skilled people that can serve our MSME ecosystem. And the last but not the least is financing. We understand that financing has been a major challenge, which is why we are not even working with anybody who comes with any financing opportunity for small businesses that is not single digit. We don't even want to work with you. Because for us as Smedan, ours is zero interest. We give to the small businesses, but we give to them in clusters so that when someone is borrowing, somebody can vouch for you. And then that has also been one of our most successful programs. So we're trying to solve this short term, but the long-term solution is getting a final solution to power. We are solving the problem for people, and we are also solving the problem for financing. And we're hoping that Stanbic, when your MD visited, he made a lot of commitments. We're hoping that we would we'll take you up on those commitments, yes. And then we can announce to our small businesses that they can come and get innovative financing from Stanbic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Odi. Thank you. Thank you. So I'll just quickly circle to you, Honorable Udechuku, same question, and then I'll take Mr. Innocent.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, the quickest levers that we will pool, and we are already pulling that, where, as Mr. Governor, Professor Chukuma Charles Soludo would say, we're changing gears. Quickest lever is skills. Why? Well, because just like Dr. Sam was saying when he was presenting opportunities for SMEs within Stanbic IBTC Bank, we found that part of the constraint really was people knowing how to put their thoughts together. And now we know that Stanbic IBTC Advisory Services is available to bridge that gap. In Anambra State, we have One Youth to Scale program, and we also have innovative ICT programs driven out of Solution Innovation District. Under One Youth to Skills, we have trained well over 13,000 young entrepreneurs who have all become SME entrepreneurs. Government gave them access to grants of about 5.5 billion naira, and some of them also received assistance from Charles Odis Smeden here present, and they had access to additional credit through the Bank of Industry and the Anambra Small Business Association. Now, obviously, we want to significantly multiply that number, and of course, as I have done through this forum, invite even more SMEs to take advantage of the opportunities in Anambra State, because Governor Charles Soludo is the only governor in Anambra State today, the only state that actually puts money back into the pocket of SMEs. You don't have to pay school fees, you don't have to pay medical bills, you don't have to pay taxes on some categories, and you have excellent infrastructure. That's money back in the pocket of SME operators. We want to be able to grow that opportunity for you, as we say, through these 3 new cities that offer opportunities like no other. Finally, Solution Innovation District is a center of excellence in innovation. We have invested in partnerships with Microsoft and Woodlab, trained about 10,000 on specific ICT, coding, software, programming and developing skills. We've also trained an additional 10,000 on what we call Code Anambra, which is specific to coding. And you'll be very delighted to know as well, as I'm sure some of the people in the room here know, Anambra is the only state in Nigeria that has targeted and launched what we call the Anambra 1 million digital tribe. You can go on your handsets now and do that typing, Anambra 1 million digital tribes, and you have the opportunity to subscribe and be trained in a variety of skills that enables you to do your business better. And you don't necessarily have to be from Anambra to participate, because even like recruitment in government service or procurement, we're not exclusive to Anambra, but you must, as a matter of principle and policy, be located in Anambra to fully benefit. You subscribe, you learn, you equip yourself, and you're better prepared, because as the governor always likes to say, our people are our greatest assets. And we want the population to be not just productive at home, but have skill sets that can be exportable overseas. So with this, I repeat, if you're an SME operator, business person, the best place for you to be is in Anambra today. And luckily, we have a Stanbic partnership that offers you access to finance, in addition to partnership with Smeden that gives you equipment to start up your business. And as a government, we provide you with a policy environment that is unrivaled in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Dechuku. Same question to you, please, Mr. Innocent. Let me just ask it again. So if you could fix only one constraint to unlock SME growth at scale, which lever would move the most people the fastest? What do you think what should be fixed that would help SMEs scale if we were to fix one thing for SMEs?
Okay, thank you very much. One thing I would like, based on this, my area of field, is the power. Because power draws back most of times. I have an uncle, he's a manufacturer in this country, in my state. According to him, he spent 13 drums of diesel in a month. The company have food, could not do. So power have affected, even as a person, negative. So one thing I wanted to fix is the power. He was saying about the solar panel. Solar panel is a capital expenditure. It's high expenditure because for you to fix based on the level of your business, the list of it is not less than 2 million naira. If a small scale, a small businessman want to start with a solar panel, how can he survive like that? How much a bank are going to give you for you to spend over 2 million naira to put a panel? Based on our own standard, it's up to 100 million naira for we to fix a solar panel. You can see it, power is the major thing. Once you have the power was fixed, everything will work easily. Most of the Asia countries, they work with the power. They're using power, and it's helping them. It makes them to be active in what they are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Innocent. Thank you for that personal experience that you used in answering the question. But I think for me, what struck me is you mentioned power, and Mr. Odi also said power is one thing that needs to be fixed. Mr. Odi talked about people, but Honorable, you talked about skills, which also connects to the people. And of course, finance is something that we know that is important. So those three things really are very, very important. If fixed, the SMEs, we would see SMEs able to scale and thrive. Thank you so much for the insights shared. I know at this juncture, I know we're running out of time, but I will just ask the audience for questions. I can see so many hands, but we are limited by the number of questions we can take. So we'll keep it to 3 questions. We'll go to
all right. Over here, thank you so much. Yes, my name is Dr. Paul Wilfred Okafo. My question goes to Honorable Udechukwu. First of all, I want to commend you for being a true ambassador of Anambra State. I want to start by corroborating your submission concerning the industrial state in Anambra State. As I'm speaking to you right now, in my town, DK, there are scores of machineries working on the topics. Acres of land are massively being cleared and developed for the purpose of industrial city. I want to confirm that. The number 2, sir, question to this question now. Right now, there is this, prejudice against Anambra people, Anambra State, impregnated by misinformation. Are you doing something to market that city? Because there's so much people don't understand, don't know about Anambra State. The safety, you have land, you're giving land. In fact, if anybody comes to me, I can even give him land from my own personal inheritance. So what are you doing to let people know that there is so much people are missing by not coming to that part of Nigeria? They're missing so much. So please, I want you to answer that question. God bless you.
Okay, so I think is there someone with a mic? Because it was a bit, we didn't hear clearly. I know the second one said that it was about what are you doing to let people know about the opportunities back in Anambra, basically.
Hello.
Sorry, I started by introducing myself. My name is Dr. Paul Wilfredo Carfo. I started by commending Mr. Honorable Christian Udechukwu for being a good ambassador of Anambra State. He has spoken so well, and I wanted to corroborate the things you said by saying that as at the moment, in my own town, Ndike, in Anambra State, Orumba North, scores of machineries are clearly massive acres of land, and are bigger, maybe bigger than this Victoria Island right now. For Industrial City, it's going on right at this moment in my town. For Industrial City, for Elo Place, which is meant to give job to thousands of people, not only of Anambra State, but also from across Nigeria. Then number two, which is a question, what are you doing, sir, to disabuse people's mind? Because there is this, prejudice against people from that part of the world, okay? Prejudice that is impregnated by misinformation. People are missing out. There's so much they're losing by not coming down there to invest. There is land, there are lands, people are friendly. They get them whatever they want. Please, are you investing some more money? At Anambra State, investing some more money to advertise and let people from other parts of Nigeria know that Anambra State is safe for them to do business, and Anambra State is a good place for them, to prosper. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
I am delighted to hear you. I'm happy to have somebody in the audience collaborate the points that have been made, essentially highlighting that work at the Aerotropolis and the Anambra Mixed-Use Industrial City is happening right now as we sit in this audience, and it is very true. Thank you for that. The second question, really second to the comment, is about how do we make more people in Nigeria aware of the opportunities that are abundant in Anambra State. Well, first of all is that we're doing a lot in terms of public engagement, such as being live on this platform with Stanbic IBTC today. And once again, I'm grateful to the bank for this opportunity. Secondly is that the governor, Professor Chukuma Charles Soludo, has himself gone on a nationwide tour, international tour. Even as I speak with you today, I know he's in London to engage with the European and UK Anambra diaspora to share information on the changes, transformation, and opportunities that exist in Anambra. We have been here in Lagos many times. We've been in Abuja, and also other locations where we have been opportuned to be invited to speak. So yes, these invitations are being made out wherever it is possible. We also have a lot of media platforms where we get invited to speak, and it's an opportunity to communicate. Just like as I've been here now, and I've made the opportunities that are available for SMEs available to them. It is not everyone that knows that if you're an SME operator in Nigeria and you're operating out of Anambra, you have no school fees to pay if you're in school, or if you have a family, your children don't have to pay school fees, and if your wife is pregnant, she doesn't have to pay for prenatal care, natal care, and postnatal care. And the prescriptions are even also free. Prescriptions are free in Anambra if you're a nursing mother. So these are, word is actually getting out, and a lot more people are increasingly aware and locating, whether it be for business, for family, or leisure in Anambra today. So I thank you for that, and I hope that word of mouth, those who are present in this conference, those who are watching live streams or on other media platforms are able to take note of this information and take advantage. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Udechukwu. Unfortunately, we can only take 2 more questions. So
Good
I'll
afternoon.
take someone. Sorry, please. Can someone who's with the mic? So
Good
can we
afternoon,
have
ma'am.
somebody here?
Hello.
Good afternoon,
Good
sir.
afternoon, ma'am. I'm
Good
here.
afternoon. I'm directing my question to our director for Spandam. Sir, in Lagos State, we are having some challenges. Some of us register, and when getting to pay, like we are to pay 800, it hangs, and some people cannot submit. So we are having challenges about it. So for my own cooperative, I'm from Sunshine Cooperative in Lagos, Ojo. So we are finding it difficult to register. So some of us get their certificate, immediately they register. But some are still having challenges about it. Myself that I'm speaking, I'm having challenges about it. So please, sir, kindly help us to look to it and help us out. Thank you, sir.
Madam, sorry, I didn't get your name and name of your business. Mrs. Ahmed. I'm so sorry, I don't understand what you're paying for because our Smedan certificate is free of charge. Say that again. Please, can you give her the microphone, please?
Clarification on that.
Immediately they register, they give them, when they pay that 800 naira annually.
800 naira for what?
I don't know.
Insurance.
I don't know.
Insurance to who?
I don't know. It's online that we did it.
Okay, let's do this.
Yes,
My
sir.
head of Lagos office for Smedan is here. Tosin, where are you? Please,
I heard about it.
Yes, can you go to her? If
Okay.
it is a Lagos State problem, let us meet with the Commissioner for Lagos and try and solve this out, okay?
Thank you, sir.
So go to her now, please. Thank you, madam. I'm so sorry. For us as Smedan, you don't have to pay anything for any registration so far. And that's why we're the only development agency. We are taking that burden from you.
Thank you, sir.
You're already dealing with a lot of things as a small business owner, and then extra fees should not be slammed on you for anything. So
Thank
we'll
you.
come to you and we'll try and solve this, okay?
God bless you.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Th-
Just one question.
All
I
right,
think,
thank-
Kingsley, can you give the last? Yes,
Good afternoon.
please.
Okay,
And
thank you.
let's just, please, somebody, yes,
Yes.
please.
All right, thank you.
And that's the last question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Mr.
Can you ask?
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Mr. Charles.
My name is Peace Morrison. I'm the founder and CEO of Zivon Limited. I sell EV cars. So thank you so much, Mr. Charles. And my business is already registered on your platform. Then my question...
Did you have to pay?
No, it's free. Absolutely free, sir.
Thank you. Thank you
sir.
very much. For
So,
that
sir, my
confirmation.
question is this. I sell EV, I market EVs, I promote EVs. Now, you mentioned about the small business owners. We are dealing with logistics here and mobility. You know, it's highly expensive when you run on fuel. Then if you want to transit to CNG, you buy gas. Then we are looking at electric. How with electric buses, logistic buses, most of us now move on electric cabs. We are looking at electric as the solution. So, Mr. Charles, how can we promote electric more so that small business can partake? They don't have to pay, or they have to do just to charge and go. They charge. We have charging stations running across the cities now. We also have personal charging station if you get some EV cars or tricycles for your business. So we have to promote electric. Electric buses, electric tricycles for business, electric motorcycles. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't get your name, madam.
Okay, sir. My name is Peace Morrison.
Peace, thank you so much. Thank you for also confirming that registration with Smedan is free. So, Peace, remember I said that CNG was temporary. It's just a stopgap. The future is electric. We have gone to China and engaging some companies, but they are saying to us that they want to produce the cars there and send to us. We want to stop as much as possible importing and using products that are not made in Nigeria. And, you know, I am pushing this made in Nigeria narrative not because it is so cute, Well, it's because it's the only sustainable way to make us create jobs. Suits now, made in Nigeria. This shirt is made in Nigeria. That's not to say that all the things that you get that are foreign made, you should throw them away. But let us start to patronize made in Nigerian things. And so we are talking to this company. 2 companies have come to us at Smedan, and they want to start producing electric vehicles. We've given them land to start and pushing with the Bank of Industry to get them funding to start. We understand that electric vehicles will drive down the prices, but we need to also create the infrastructure. And so it's like a train. Before the train leaves the train station, you have to set the tracks. And so when it's time to leave, the train just leaves. So we're in the process of setting the tracks. And so when the train leaves this train station, it'll be a phenomenal thing for our small businesses. So I'm very much aligned with you. However it is that we can promote this, I'm here with you. Let's do it together. Because that's the only way that we can create jobs and come out of this unemployment that has hindered the capacity of many to do jobs and earn a decent living in Nigeria today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Odi. Thank you, Honorable Idechuku. Thank you very much, Mr.
So for those people that didn't have the opportunity to ask questions, if you can write your questions, if it's directed to us as Smedan, please just write it. My Lagos State Manager is here. She will take it, and I will make sure that it's addressed and will send it to you as long as it's registered for the conference. Right? Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And where you have other questions also, you can send it, and we will actually put it up here, EnterpriseDirect at StanbicIBTC.com. We will take the questions, we'll respond to you. But thank you everyone. I want to thank my esteemed panelists. Thank you so much, sirs, and we truly appreciate you. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for honoring us. Thank you. You've shared a lot of insights.
Thank you very much, Jumoke Bello, for moderating this excellent panel. May we please ask for a photo opportunity and ask that Mr. Remi Oswagu, Bumi Dayo Lagunju, and the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs in Katsina State kindly join them on stage. Thank you. For those who have further questions or additional questions, we have an email address on the screen for your questions. Please feel very free to send us your questions. Some people had important questions, whether online or on-site. EnterpriseDirect at StanbicIBTC.com for those who are watching online, or you can call 0700 333 333. Again, it's EnterpriseDirect at StanbicIBTC.com for those who are participating online. And for those who are here physically, it's right on your screen, or you can call the number on the screen. Thank you. One more time, please, a round of applause for our fantastic panelists, and of course, an excellent job done by the moderator, Jumoke Bello. All right. Yesterday, we had talked about the fact that today would be dedicated, that's day 2 of the Stanbic IBTC Nigeria Business Summit, will be dedicated to small businesses, SMEs, the lifeblood of the Nigerian economy and also the African economy. And today would also be having a focus on women-run, women-owned businesses. In a very short while, we will be hosting or having a panel on this stage to delve deeper into that.
Yes, and I hope that next year's edition would also have an all-male panel. Ayo, good to have you here this morning. You're looking great in your Stanbic blue.
Thank you very much. I told you I have my ID card. Honorary staff member, proudly so. But I mean, one thing about us is that at Stanbic IBTC is that we're always gender balanced, gender sensitive. All our panels have a representation of both genders.
Absolutely.
But you want a panel focused on men-owned businesses.
Maybe next year. Maybe next year. Who knows?
All right, excellent. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our delegates on site and watching online, we hope you've had had a truly impactful morning thus far, in addition to an impactful session yesterday. Many insights. We hope you've also had the opportunity to network. We've talked about the importance and power of collaboration. And in this hall, you just might find your next business partner. And of course, Stanbic IBTC is more than happy to go with you on this journey as your trusted partner.
Would also like to remind you that there are exhibition booths at the back of the hall. So whenever we're on break, please feel free to interact with them. They'll be happy to speak to you and also network.
Absolutely. All right, I hope we're ready for the next session. However, before then, we've emphasized and talked about the fact that Stanbic IBTC has worked with a number of businesses and very proud of their enterprise arm to support particularly small, micro, medium enterprises. And this morning, we'd like to showcase some of our clients, the clients we've worked with and who have trusted us to partner with them on their journey, in their enterprise journey. And so we'd like you at this point to please turn your attention to the screen. We have a short testimonial from JR Farms. I believe we have agri-business owners here. By show of hands, if you're in the agri-business sector, can we see? Excellent, very well represented. So you can see just what we're able to do with you as a trusted partner. And also we have?
We also have a testimonial video from Cubis Fabrics. So you would, it would be nice for you to focus.
Hello everyone, my name is Olawale Rotimi Okpeyemi. I'm the founder and the CEO of JR Farms. JR Farms is a family-owned multinational agri-food company, and we have operations in Nigeria, Rwanda, Zambia, France, and now we expanded to Benin. Today I'm happy to share with you a testimonial working with Stanbic IBTC, a true symbiotic relationship of mutual benefit that has existed for about 5 years. Stanbic IBTC, as a bank, gave us opportunity as a growing business to serve its ecosystem in our breakfast service, which is one of the core of our operations. In return, we're also able to benefit and tap into some of the services of Stanbic IBTC, not only in banking and payment services alone, but also we have our staff pension now sitting with Stanbic for a couple of years. We have our insurance of our bakery sitting with Stanbic IBTC. We also have our vehicle insurances sitting with Stanbic IBTC. We also have some of our coffee shops, the ones we have in public places, the insurance sitting with Stanbic IBTC, and many other products that we are developing within. In addition to that, Zest, which is a Stanbic IBTC subsidiary, also offers support in payment solutions. With Stanbic IBTC, the relationship is not about coming to just open an account as a business, an operate bank account as a business, but rather it's about finding solutions for us to advance what we do while they also advance their own business. This we see as a model that should be replicated in our business relationship. We're very happy about this. We're proud of it. Today as a business, we cannot tell our story in our growth without mentioning the important role of Stanbic IBTC, particularly in position itself, giving us a lot of values in exchange for their own services also. We are truly grateful for this and we appreciate the ecosystem. And congratulations to Stanbic on the Nigerian Business Summit organization for the year 2026. We're happy also to be given the opportunity to exhibit in this event, which is one of the opportunities and a symbiotic relationship platform that Stanbic has created for us as a business to thrive. Thank you very much.
I'm Mrs. Shokobi Kuburat Abiodun, the founder of Kubis Investment. One of my friends gave me the name Kubis, Kuburat instead of Kubura. When I wanted to register my business, I decided to use the name Kubis. So I started the business 96/97. We sell fabrics, different fabrics from abroad. That is what we do. We sell braid laces, beaded laces, any type of fabrics you're looking for. we do sell. That's what we're doing in here. So I started from a very small shop at number 35 Balogun Street there. From there, I have 3 outlets, 2 in Balogun here and 1 in Lekki. When we started getting support from Stanbic IBTC, our capital has increased with more than 20%. We have been enjoying their support. That is a very good bank. The transactions are always going through. We don't have problems with their POS terminals. We chose them because we know they are supportive. We want to increase our capital. I have 2 daughters in charge of Lekki store. My son is in charge of Lagos stores. I want it to be a generation business so that the name Kubis will remain forever.
Excellent. I'm sure you'd agree with us that that deserves a round of applause.
It does indeed deserve a round of applause. And one thing you can say about Stanbic IBTC business partners is they partner in businesses that span generations. Yesterday, we heard the testimony from Lanre Shitu Motors and how Stanbic IBTC has been supportive. So for all of you here, you've made a very wise decision in coming here today and also in banking with Stanbic IBTC.
All right, excellent. Our next panel session for today is on scaling female enterprise. And I believe that Kubi's Fabrics testimonial provides a fantastic launch pad for this particular session. I'm sure while she was speaking, some people were thinking of how they also could scale up their businesses to becoming transgenerational, like Benga had mentioned. And perhaps this next session is just for you. By the way, if you know someone who ought to be listening to the next session but is unable to be here physically, we're streaming live on our YouTube channel. That's at Stanbic IBTC on YouTube. Please spread the word and show some love so that we can get as many eyes and many ears in the room to enable women-owned businesses scale up.
And for the men that are here, please listen on behalf of your wives so that you can share some of the amazing insights the panelists will be sharing with us here this morning. So it's not a female-only thing in that sense, yes.
He for she, hashtag.
He for she, yes, that's it.
All right, in no particular order, I'll be introducing our panelists to the stage. Our first panelist, already you were introduced to her earlier and she gave a fantastic keynote, and we're delighted to have her all the way from northern Nigeria, Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs in Katsina State, where she leads policies and programs focused on women's economic empowerment, social inclusion, and enterprise development. She works closely with communities, development partners, and the private sector to remove structural barriers facing women-led businesses and expand opportunities for sustainable livelihoods across the state. We are most honored to have her join us this morning, and please let's make very welcome on stage Honorable Aisha Aminu Abdullahi. Anyone from Katsina State here in the room? Anybody? Not traveling from the state? Okay, probably watching online.
Yes.
You're most welcome. The next person I'll be introducing to the panel this afternoon is someone we just saw earlier. I love that women are known to be multitaskers, so we can wear a different hat depending on the occasion. And so earlier on, we had her serve as moderator, and this time she'll be coming here as a thought leader and subject expert. She's the head of enterprise banking at Stanbic IBTC, where she leads the bank's support for small and growing businesses across Nigeria. She focuses on delivering practical financial solutions, advisory services, and ecosystem partnerships that help enterprises scale sustainably. She's passionate about empowering entrepreneurs and improving access to finance and growth opportunities. Please let's make welcome back on stage Jumoke Bello. Now the next speaker, or the next panelist, is the founder and managing director of Siriano, a full-service architecture and interior design firm known for creating thoughtful, functional, and beautifully designed spaces. She has led Siriano's growth across residential, commercial, and public sector projects, bringing a strong entrepreneurial perspective on scaling creative businesses, execution of excellence, and marketing positioning. Let's make very welcome Adewumi Adegbola, founder and managing director, Siriano.
Let's put our hands together for her, please. Thank you.
The next panelist is the executive director for business development at Stanbic IBTC Pension Managers, where she drives growth initiatives, partnerships, and client engagement. She works on expanding long-term savings, retirement plan, and financial security solutions, and brings valuable insight into building confidence, stability, and long-term resilience for individuals and business owners. Please let's make very welcome on stage Nike Bajomo, Executive Director, Business Development, Stanbic IBTC Pension Managers.
You're welcome.
The next panelist on this fantastic panel is the Executive Director for Business Development at Stanbic IBTC Insurance, where she leads market expansion and client-focused insurance solutions. She works closely with businesses and individuals to design risk management products that protect assets, ensure continuity, and support long-term growth. She's committed to strengthening insurance adoption as a critical pillar of business sustainability. Please let's make very welcome Titi Ogungbeson. The next person that's coming to join them on stage is the Chief Executive of Stanbic IBTC Asset Management, where she oversees investment strategy and wealth management solutions for individuals and institutions. With deep expertise in capital markets and long-term investing, she supports clients in building financial resilience, growing wealth, and making informed investment decisions. She's a strong advocate for disciplined investing and sustainable value creation. Please let's make very welcome Chief Executive, Stanbic IBTC Asset Management, Busola Jejelowo. I think it was written in her destiny that she manages money.
Yeah.
Jejelowo, the surname speaks powerfully. All right, finally, to moderate this excellent retinue of speakers, we have the Business and Commercial Banking Marketing Manager at Stanbic IBTC, where she leads strategic marketing initiatives focused on empowering businesses and driving growth across Nigeria. This she does in the SME and commercial sectors. With a strong background in brand strategy, customer engagement, and financial services marketing, she has played a key role in developing impactful campaigns that support entrepreneurs and business owners. She's a champion for innovation, collaboration, and sustainable growth within Nigeria's business landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, she has worked tirelessly alongside the fantastic team here at Stanbic IBTC to put this two-day summit together. Please let's make welcome our moderator for this particular panel, Lara Ibirogba, for this session.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ayo. You know, when Ayo was done reading that, I almost wanted to say thank you so much. And I'm wondering, how are all these other excellent women that I get the privilege to sit here with feeling? If just that small citation, I was already. Good morning again. Thank you so much for being here with us. We're very excited in Stanbic IBTC about women, right? Like the head of enterprise banking always says, when you support women, you support a nation. And at Stanbic IBTC, we don't just pay lip service, right, to this. As you've heard, we're passionate about businesses generally, right? You heard Mr. Taiwo Shitu yesterday. You also heard the MD of JR Farms, and of course, Madam Kubis, and so many other customers that continually, right, talk about how Stanbic IBTC supported them from when they were pretty small, right, and continues to do so even as they scale profitably, right? And in doing that, we've observed that women sometimes stand disadvantaged, first, just by being female, right, and the responsibilities that we have to carry and all of that. And then subtle things that the economy has just, or society, I'd say, has just put in place that tends to limit women, right? And so that's why in this kind of session, we think it's critical to talk to people who are supporting women businesses from the finance side, are supporting women businesses from government, and of course, even a female business owner herself to also share experiences with other female business owners. So without further ado, we would hear from our leaders here on the panel, and I would ask that you please listen very attentively, take notes. Even if you're a man, I'm sure you can learn much from this conversation, and then of course pass it on, right, to the women in your network who will also find it very useful. All right, so I will start from you, Honorable Aisha, ma'am. Across the communities and programs that you oversee, what would you say is the most persistent barrier that prevents women-led enterprises from scaling? Because it's very important, right, that they start and then they grow sustainably. But we find sometimes it's cultural, sometimes it's, safety issues, insecurities, and sometimes even policy, right? So what are the things that you have observed that sometimes limits women enterprises from scaling? Please tell us more.
Thank you very much for your question. In communities and programs I have worked on, most often of times you find that women are very entrepreneurial and very resilient, but most often at times we find that they face challenges regarding access to finance, cultural norms and barriers, weak mobility, limited access to markets and what have you. So over these years we've been in this space, we've realized that these challenges are more persistent as regards access to finance, because ultimately finance is the engine room of every business. Without enough funds, you may not be able to scale up a business in terms of expansion. You may need to hire more staff, expand to other locations, have a bigger working capital. So you find that over the years, culturally, women have been limited in terms of access to finance because they lack certain things as basic as title deeds. So let me give a simple practical example. You heard the DG of SMED, and he kept talking about Katsina State. So prior to me coming to Women Affairs, I was responsible for economic and MSME development in the state. So I worked closely with him, and arguably I could say that we were his best state because we supported SMED's ability at the subnational level by being the first state to have an interest-free MSME fund. And we started with 5 billion naira. And we give priority to women-led businesses, one. And then we could give you up to 10 million naira without collateral. But if you needed to expand beyond that, you needed to have some form of collateral. And we realized that most at times women don't have title documents. most of their businesses are not even formalized. We're having challenges in terms of just even getting women to formalize their businesses. And then a lot of this financial exclusion is deeply rooted in cultural norms. You find certain men unable to support their woman to formalize her business because of that cultural perception that if she's allowed to expand, to grow bigger, she can't be controlled. So the major limitation to expansion has to do with access to finance that is most often at times caused by cultural norms. And these norms are across board. Because you find it's not just women in the northern part of Nigeria where I've worked most in trying to shape policy decisions, but I've also had a good career in private sector in the southern part of Nigeria. So you find it's almost the same across board. I know women here in Lagos that could have been bigger and better, but have had limitations by spouses or even fathers. So across board, women-led businesses face those challenges that have to do with access to finance and cultural norms and perception. So for us at the ministry in Katsina State, we're trying to bring a solution to that. We're in the process of domesticating a women economic empowerment policy, whereby the cultural perspective issues will be addressed in such a way that once the policy is completed and adopted and domesticated, it becomes a criminal offense to limit women from fulfilling their financial obligations. Because as basic as bank accounts, you find that some women in the rural communities do not have bank accounts. Every transaction must go through a man, either their father, their husband, or their son. So how do you take decisions? How do you scale up? How do you expand if you're not in control of your finances? So you also find communities across the country where women are not even allowed to be title or landowners. And once you're not able to have access to some form of collateral, we all know that that limits your ability to access finance. You only rely on grants. And most times grants are not sufficient for that needed expansion and scale up. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Round of applause. Yes, yes, yes. It's in order. Thank you so much. And it's wonderful that, you know, you've identified such a challenge and you're solving it, because who better to support in solving women's problems than a fellow woman who actually understands? You know, very interesting. Just the other day, we're having a discussion and someone shared an instance of an only child whose mom bought family property as a gift for she and her spouse, and put it in the name of the spouse for her own child. And so that kind of child goes out there, wants to expand her business, and she doesn't have a title document. So it's important that, we identify these critical things, and I'm glad that you're already doing something about it to support in the North. We heard, the gentleman from the South talking about what's happening there. Now we're hearing as well, madam, from the North, telling us about interventions in that region as well. And then, of course, we know from even some of the things we heard yesterday that even here in the Southwest, solutions are being developed. So just to say, SMEs, this is your time to grow, all right? So please give yourselves a round of applause, because nothing is going to limit your growth, all right? We have all of the right support across the country. Thank you very much again. I will come to you, Jumoke, because we need to start looking at solutions. All right, so business owners, a lot of people talk about financing, right? Being available, but not being accessible. Now, from your perspective as, the one that heads enterprise, here in Stanbic IBTC, are there solutions that are actually tailored, that take into cognizance some of these challenges that women entrepreneurs face, right? That can then help to start to make financing more accessible for women? Tell us, please. Yeah, just go on in. Just go on. They would raise it once you start to speak. Right. Yeah, go on.
Thank you, Lara, for that question. And yes, I know a lot of times people say, women say, financing is available, not accessible. But I think it's because, as Honorable Commissioner Aisha said, a lot of the time, most women just rely on the financing from families. They look at either spouses or husbands, partners, or family, not taking that step to engage the bank. Because there's so much drive towards financial inclusion from a female perspective, trying to get women equipped, trying to support women businesses. So even intervention funds are tailored towards women. There are capacity building initiatives for women, both locally, regionally, nationally, and even internationally, where you have the IFC looking to support and empower women. So there are so many, but what we see as the challenge is that you find a lot of women not knowing they have this available, and also just that not being also bold to take those steps. And I always tell people that for men, it's always easier. Men are very bold. Men are very intentional about driving their growth, driving their success, and women just stay in that space. But where you want to have a $1 billion business, you have to be bold. You have to have those conversations and know what is available for you in terms of the support that the financial institution can give to you. And you did say something I always say: when you support a woman, communities thrive, and nations prosper. So that's what we are trying to do. But it has to also be reciprocal. And when Honorable Aisha spoke earlier, she said, women, when you lend to a woman, I always say this, 99% guaranteed your money will come back. Fact. It's, there. You can, what's that thing? You say you can verify it, but it is fact. When you lend to a woman, you will get your money back. And so we are happy to support women. We encourage female business owners to have that conversation with us. We have our Blue Blossom proposition that supports women, not just from a financing point of view, in terms of creating that community that you can network, you can get mentorship, you can get visibility for showcasing your business. You get invited to our programs, you get capacity building trainings that give you certificates. So there are so many things. And you get concessions from a pricing perspective also. So please, the female entrepreneurs here, please don't leave here without having a conversation with me, because there is a lot that we have in Stanbic IBTC supporting women. And as I said, we are happy to finance women businesses because we will get our monies back. Thank you.
Fantastic. Please, round of applause for Jumoke. Jumoke is saying, we are not afraid to give you money. We know you will give us back. Well done. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I think a round of applause for Stanbic IBTC for supporting women initiatives. Like Jumoke said, we have lots of capacity building initiatives that help to train women, because the most important thing, I think, as Jumoke said, is please ask. Please reach out. The support is available. There are even discounted facilities that can be accessed. We look at your books, we see all that you're doing, and we support you at your level and grow with you. So please, she said, talk to her, all right, after this session, so that you can start that engagement on your growth journey. Now, hearing directly from someone who is in the grind, like we like to say in Nigeria. Don't be fooled by this, lovely, packaging. She's every day. Fantastic. We're really excited to have Adeomi here. As a founder, right, building a successful brand with Siriano, which interventions have made the biggest impact in your journey so far? And what support do you wish you had earlier that would have even accelerated you further? Please tell us.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Honestly, for me, the intervention was not anything that was extremely formal or accelerations like this. I mean, this is amazing, and I'm glad that things like this are now being done. I was very, very, very young when I started, when I sort of changed my career. I didn't go to university for what I'm currently doing now. So I started off life with parents that kind of made me know that my voice is valid and can be heard in any room. I wasn't too small to speak. So I think that was the first intervention in my life that dictated who I became as a businesswoman. I heard that throughout my growing up journey. And so when I wanted to start my career in design, I was blessed with a female boss when I did my first internship that allowed me work with her despite the fact that I had no professional expertise in what I was doing. I simply wanted to learn and honestly be sure that there was even money in this industry that I wanted to go into. And I think that that was very helpful, having the opportunity to watch a woman that, for me, in some way, was where I saw myself going. I think I'm too realistic for a lot of these. Okay, so you go to these forums and you go to these panels. You can write as much as you want. Everybody here is making notes and jotting. If you don't practice everything that you have written down, it doesn't make a difference. So you go to all these mentorship programs and you go to all these accelerations, but it comes back to how you understand what you have been told. In that job, I was privileged to be in rooms and to have colleagues that were obviously better at it than me. I knew nothing. But I always asked questions. Nothing was too small, nothing was too big. And I always remembered that my opinion mattered. And so for me, I made every colleague, every friend, every client, everybody at work was almost like a mentor to me. Why are you doing that like that? Why is that working in this way? What is the reason why you're doing this and not doing that? Because for me, that was the first thing I needed to understand before going into the industry. After that, I then went for professional and personal development. Because yes, you have told me what to do, but I need to recognize that, unfortunately for us, in the country and in the industry I want to go to, doing it as a woman is going to be tough. So I needed to have the professional backing and the personal backing for what I wanted to go into. I'm a firm believer of not starting a business that you cannot run by yourself, even if it is on a small scale. Of course, with a team and with staff, we can probably do 20, 25 projects a year. If my partner and I were doing it alone, we will still be able to run the business, but maybe we'll only be able to do 2. So for me, I feel like just always ensuring that I ask the right questions. I went for professional training such that if I woke up one morning and my entire team had resigned, I can still run the business on a smaller scale, but it will not need to shut down. And I think that those are the most important interventions for me. What I do feel like could have helped more is if we were a bit more intentional about structured business advisory from the beginning. I mean, we live in a world of AI and ChatGPT and all those things are very good. We all started small businesses, writing our business plan ourselves, sleepless nights and all those things. But trust me, there is a reason why business advisory and business consultants and all those roles exist. And I wish I did what I did 3 years ago from inception in 2017, not seeing the business as too small for a need for actual business structure, because I now started building structure about 5 years in. So it was a little difficult to circle back to the beginning. So that's the only thing I wish that we had done differently.
Fantastic. Thank you so, so, so much. I was taking notes. And, Deomi spoke about very critical things. First, support. And thank God there's so many women, starting with those on this panel and several others in the room and all over the country. Wherever you are, there is a woman in your life and a man. She talked about her parents, who are willing to pull you up, encourage, guide, support, mentor. And she talked about making everybody around her, right, a mentor. So please look for people around you. Don't feel the need to go too far to find people who can lend support and mentor. All right, then she talked about professional equipping. At one point, she thought it was critical to go and get professional learning, and she did that. And then, of course, started to see the need to structure the business even better. So wherever you are, please put structures in place. It helps. Jumoke will definitely tell you that when reviewing opportunities for financing, businesses that have structure are definitely at an advantage, or at more of an advantage than businesses without structure. So please, let's take notes and, learn. And she very much said also, don't just take notes, actually do the things that you are learning. And of course, there's access now, all right, more so now than before, to structured professional advisory or business advisory for your business. We do that here in Stanbic IBTC. Every year, we partner with Pan Atlantic University to train SMEs, right, so that on how to properly structure your business. And we're doing that even on a larger scale from this year, even going to different regions, more regions than we used to go to before. So please look out for these opportunities where you can get structured business advisory to really, really grow. Thank you so much. I'm going to come to you, Titi. Let's start to talk about buffers, right? Women are growing their business, but they're probably not putting the right buffers in place. And many times, unexpected things happen and then the business will collapse, right? So are there gender-sensitive insurance solutions? And even if not, are there general insurance solutions that women should be thinking about that would help to protect them when some of these challenges come? No, just go on. Go on, yeah, go on.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Lara. And yes, there are gender-sensitive insurance solutions, and there are general insurance solutions that can actually help us, to take care of the downsides in business. Like we know that, uncertainties happen. At the beginning of February, for instance, nobody knew that, the Middle East crisis was going to happen, and that fuel prices will be where they are today. So it's actually important to prepare for the unexpected. And with insurance, the good thing is that, you can focus on your business while you know that your downsides are covered. If anything happens, you have insurance in place that would help you, to ensure that you're not dipping into your cash flow and you're not paying for losses and things that are happening. So for instance, as a business owner, if you have a car that you use to run your business, ensure that the car is insured. When you're going on Third Milan Bridge and somebody hits you from the back, you don't come down to start fighting, because you know that you just get to your office and you write a mail to your insurance broker or your insurance underwriter, and it is fixed. If it's a serious accident that will take a long time, you're sure that you will get a replacement in the interim to run around. So you're not out of business. You're able to focus on business and you don't worry about the downside risk. As a business owner, we know that, flood is something that, is common in Nigeria, and the prediction for this year in terms of flood is also, high, that, we're expecting that it will be flooded than previous years. So, these are risks to business, and they're normal risk, and it's something you can actually cover. If you take an insurance policy that covers fire, that covers flood, if you have fire in your warehouse, for instance, you're not worried about that, because the insurance company would pay and ensure that you're restored to, the way you were before the incident happened. And that helps a lot in covering the downside, to your business. So you don't have to go take out of your cash flow, which is not even enough in the first instance, and then you're reducing it. And, there are interruptions in business that you can also cover, business interruption insurances that you can take that would ensure that, your business is covered in case of any interruption. Your revenue losses are paid back to you by the insurance company. So there are a lot of insurance that we can take to ensure that our cash flows are not depleted. And when there's a downtime, all you need to do is to pay premium. And a premium premiums that you pay, they're actually very small compared to what you stand to benefit if anything happens. If you have goods that are insured, you can insure these goods. You know, thefts and all of those things are things that you can insure. And when there's any case of robbery or thefts, you know, there's a lot of vulnerability in this environment. You're not bothered, and you can focus on your business, you can focus on your plan and the growth, and you're not destabilized by the fact that, you know, there's a loss that you have to cover. So all of these things are possible if you do insurance. And one other thing, one thing about opportunities and design for products is that there are products that are specifically designed such that your insurance premium are paid in a way that they are very convenient to you. So you can pay it monthly, you can pay it semi-annually, you can pay quarterly, and you can pay for the full year, depending on your structure, the cash flow you receive. For instance, if you're a farmer and your produce is seasonal, you know what seasons that your harvest is, and that's when you get inflow. You can structure your premium such that at those times, those are the periods you're going to be paying premiums, and you're covered for the whole year. So if there's any loss, any downside, you're not exposed unnecessarily, and your business can continue to grow while the insurance company worries about, you know, putting all of those things in place. And in terms of access to credit and all of those, if you have insurance for your properties and your assets, the default risk is going to be minimal. And in terms of your pricing, even when you approach a bank, it could be considered in your pricing such that, you know, all these assets are covered anyway, so the risk is really limited. If you take a mortgage or for your business and you have a credit life insurance on it, if anything happens to you, for instance, the business does not stand the risk of folding up because, you know, the insurance company is going to come and pay, and your family will be able to take that property that you have. There's no risk of it being the collateral to the loan you have taken. So it's actually important that, you know, we just put in insurance in our day-to-day businesses so that we can focus on the primary business and we're not distracted, and that gives us a good mileage. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Round of applause, round of applause. Thank you. I think many women tend to be wary, right, of the concept of insurance. But as Titi has highlighted, these buffers are critical to ensure the continuous smooth running of your business. And I think that Jumoke would agree that when you have, you know, things like insurance in place, they feel more comfortable to even give facilities. And if you have title documents, you've been able to get one and they're properly insured, and life happens, nothing hinders the continuous growth of your business. So no matter how small, no matter how big, whatever the stage of your business, please do, again, I guess Titi is one other person you should probably have a chat to around how you can start to really put insurance solutions in place. Now, beyond capital, women tend to have limited access, right, to strong professional networks and negotiation platforms, right? So, Nike, please tell us, how can institutions, pension managers, banks, corporate partners, even, you know, beyond banks, other financial institutions, help women build the confidence, the networks, the social capital that are essential for scaling? And are there even some of these that currently exist that you can highlight for women entrepreneurs in the room to take advantage of? Nike, please.
Thank you, Lara. Are there platforms that exist? Agri-business is one, by Stanbic IBTC. This is a platform where we are exchanging ideas, whether you're men or women, about businesses. And I think that beyond here, yesterday, today, we would also be networking. We will be meeting people who could be potential partners, potential collaborators at an event such as this. So I would like to first highlight that in Stanbic IBTC, we think these kinds of engagements are extremely important. And we do have a couple for women. I believe Jumoke spoke about the Blue Blossom earlier. It's a women platform for SMEs owned by women, and where they do support them to grow their businesses. In the pension business, we have what we call Ladies at the Table Empowerment Series, and I think we've done that for 5 years now.
We are particular about women empowerment. We are particular about bringing about other businesses with which they could collaborate. We are particular about helping them to grow their businesses from where they are to where they ought to be. Some of those sessions are coaching and mentoring sessions. Some of them talk about different kinds of things that they need to think about in their leadership journeys. Others also talk about how to, manage or commingle, maybe commingle is not the word, how to manage, the home front, your business, and every other part of you as a woman, because indeed, it can be challenging to juggle all of those balls together. So I believe that financial institutions generally have gone beyond what our parents had in the past: current accounts, savings accounts, loan accounts. I think I knew a couple of them because I used to work in my father's business during the holidays, and fixed deposits. Today, financial institutions necessarily have to be financial partners, necessarily have to do the business advisory. And I believe that when the institutions look at business that way, because it's when your clients grow that you grow, then the lens with which you're going to be looking at the growth will be totally different, which is why some of these platforms are very important. Beyond that, other things that financial institutions can do is also bring together some of these clients that they've worked with as partners in terms of making the connect. You've worked with these people. You can testify of their integrity for the most part. We've heard over and over again that it's easier to loan money to women because it will always come back at least 90%. And so you can take a chance on the women businesses that you manage and introduce them to, if you like, the ecosystem in which that they are operating. You will have the supplier chain for whatever business. There will be the part of the transportation of movement to various locations and all what have you. So we can look at a business from end to end and see where the ecosystem is, and at the same time bring about partners within that ecosystem to work together. When they do that, they grow together, and when they grow together, by all means, the bank also benefits. The other thing that we could also help in supporting women-led businesses is also, we talk a lot about mentorship, we talk a lot about leadership, we talk a lot about coaching. I think it's time we move to sponsorships where women are needed in certain areas, or not necessarily women, somebody that is knowledgeable, that is experienced, is needed for a role. It's time we start sponsoring women that are experienced, women that understand what it is that needs to be done, women that have demonstrated it. And we know that from a value perspective, they also have the right values. It's high time we start sponsoring women like that and ensuring that they are able to hold their own at such tables of decision making, not only in businesses, but in Nigeria at large. Thank you.
Fantastic. There's a round of applause for Nike. Thank you so much for highlighting a lot of those critical things that are already being done and the areas of opportunity that still need to be looked at, especially when we start to move from support and mentorship and capacity building to even sponsorship. And as she has said, please look out for platforms like this, right, where you can connect, right, learn, and see opportunities for skill. Thank you so much, Nike. On my immediate right is Busola. Busola is from the southwest here in Nigeria. Her surname is Jeje Lowo. It means soft money. Ooh. Somebody say soft money. So Busola, please tell us about money. Let's talk about savings and investments. Please tell us, how can structured savings and investment tools help founders build resilience, plan long-term, and create the financial stability needed to scale sustainably? Soft money, please tell us.
Thank you, Lara. Thank you very much for that question.
You know, interesting when they played the video of Mommy Kubis and how she scaled the business. We were all talking there about at what point did you meet this woman. She did the Ashobi before my own wedding. But there's a story that I would like to tell to drive this point home. I had the privilege many years ago to meet with a similar fabric merchant also. And what did we start talking about? We just spoke about rent. And I said to her that, oh, mommy, rent is enormous. And she looked at me and said, yeah, it is. But you don't wait for that rent to happen to you before you make provision for it. And then she said to me, because I sat on a box in her shop, and she said, that box that you're seated on is where every day I set aside a particular amount from the sales I make. I roll it and I throw it into that box. In the days where I make a lot, I do more than the daily contribution and I throw it into that box. She found a way. That was her own savings. So I'm taking it a notch higher. It didn't matter the amount for her. It did not. It wasn't about whether she had plenty, which is the mistake a lot of SME owners make, most especially women. I say to people that the principle of money, the principle of investment is not about gender. It obeys the people that understand that principle. And you can start with as little as 5,000 naira, which is what our Stanbic IBTC Money Market Fund is about. And instead of her throwing it into that box, I would have said, mommy, put the money. It was many, many, many years ago. This was quite a number of years ago. Put that money into the Stanbic IBTC Money Market Fund and start with that. What she was trying to do was to ensure that in 12 months' time, when my landlord shows up, I've got the rent ready. It was a very disciplined approach that she started with. And it is similar to what you can bring into your business. Fantastic. So what are those milestones in terms of payment that you need to make? Begin to plan for them now. When I spoke about the Stanbic IBTC Money Market Fund, I remember many years back, we started out by proposing that value proposition to a lot of business owners. Your working capital can work for you. Rather than leaving that working capital in a current account, why don't you invest it? I say to people, there's a difference between keeping your money in a savings account and investing your money. They are worlds apart. Let your money make more money for you. And increasingly, we saw quite a number of big businesses, SME businesses, putting their working capital into the Stanbic IBTC Money Market Fund. Lara, I said, with as little as 5,000 naira, you can start. So which means even if you're setting apart 1K every day, by the end of Friday, you have 5,000 naira to start up with Stanbic IBTC Money Market Fund and begin to save for that next milestone. First, what is going to ensure is that you have discipline. Discipline to ensuring that you're setting apart money for the next milestone that you're going to do. You could name it rent. You could name the milestone for expansion. You could name that milestone whatever it is that you want to do within the business. But once you are sure what that milestone would be, begin to save for it now. 2, it would ensure resilience. Meaning that no matter what happens in the cycle of the business, because you are setting aside money to invest, you are able to ride that tide and that cycle. Number 3, it would ensure that you're able to scale. If you scale the business, you'll be able to have financial independence. But I say to people, no amount of money is small. In this day and age in Nigeria, quite a number of business owners, most especially women, can afford 5,000 naira. And you might think that is it only in naira? No. You could also do dollar investment only. With as low as $100, you can start that. So investment is as simple as it can get. And the entry barrier is very, very low. Thank you.
Fantastic. Round of applause for Priscilla. Thank you so much, Mrs. Money, for telling us about money. If you remember nothing today, your working capital can work for you. Business owners, your working capital can work for you. All right, so we applaud Mama's discipline in putting something aside every day, and we urge women to continue to do that, but don't put it in a box. Put it in your investment account. right? And whether it's your personal investment account or more importantly, your business investment account, you are then able to sustainably scale your business. But there's something that really causes some of these challenges, right? And makes it difficult for women to just constantly put that money in there, as much as many women are disciplined. It's just the responsibility. There's so much that women carry, right? And you wonder, you know, she's looking out for the home, she's looking out for the spouse, she's looking out for family. What time, when can she even work on that business and focus on it, right? The way her male counterparts might be able to do, I dare say. So Honorable Commissioner, please tell us, right, the care, you know, childcare, all these responsibilities, even elders that women carry, it really does reduce the time that they have to spend building their businesses. Are there interventions, right, that currently exist or are being built, right, that can help, whether even in public? I like that you spoke about being in private in the past, as well as being in the public sector. And if it even exists specifically to the north, it would be wonderful to hear about some of those specific interventions that currently exist, or that you are advocating, right, and that women can look out for, that will help to take care of some of these other things that they're encumbered with and enable them really pursue business and growth.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. That's a very, very interesting topic. And I think it's interesting to see our lineup here as women. And I know each of us has faced one or two challenges around that. And sometimes when I talk in spaces like this at events, I like to share one or two personal experiences. Because as women business leaders, I know we have a lot of other younger women looking up to us, and they wonder if we're superhuman or we're, as they say, alpha females, you know. I'll share a personal story too. One, 10 years ago, I was pregnant with my son. I was regional head for a telecoms company. I was responsible for 19 northern states. And pregnancy put me down. I was on bed rest from day 1 to day 0. So I had to put my career on a hold and focus on that. That's me. You have some women, during their monthly periods, they can't function. They don't go to work because some are even hospitalized. Then you have situations where in workplaces, women are faced with childcare. You have a baby, you have to go for immunization. So when I was in the private sector, I'm starting with myself first. On days women had to take their kids for immunization, I give them that day and the following day off.
Fantastic.
When I was a team leader. Because I also recognize that as women leading, we didn't recognize that and support ourselves. And it wasn't easy. I was always getting calls from the head office. In fact, my EDHR would call and scream. And then also, on the days the women who had to go for antenatal as well, some way, somehow, I would make sure the team doesn't suffer, would cover up, and I would give her the day off. And I ensured I had, because in the office, the head office in Abuja, the regional head office, I had 2 conference rooms. One was not used in the basement. So I converted it into an on-site nursery without anybody's permission. And every day I got calls from Lagos. And I always had to defend my actions when I came for MPR in Lagos. We hired these young women. And over time, they evolved. So the cost of investing in providing on-site childcare support was cheaper for us than having to let them go and hire new staff and then have to go through the whole process of training them and getting them to become experienced in what they do. So childcare and responsibility burden on women is often very, very underrated and overlooked. And for as long as we don't look at it as an economic enabler and infrastructure that needs intentional and focused support, we'll keep having these challenges that limit women's growth, both at the workplace and in their businesses. So I would say from experience across both sectors, private and public, is a multi-sectoral holistic approach that needs to be taken, both by government in terms of shaping policy decisions and directives to ensure that when rules and regulations are being made or policies undertaken regarding workplace practices, we should ensure that they're also family friendly. And also, the community as a whole, like I mentioned earlier, I don't know if it was in my remarks, I did a lot of understudy of Eastern Africa, Southern Africa, and the Latin America, because they shared similar, we share a lot of similarities in terms of population and been development over the last 3 years. So there's something I saw in Rwanda that was very interesting regarding this childcare and responsibilities that is usually burdened upon women. Because you find women at a stage being burdened by childcare responsibilities, sometimes elderly care, maybe your own parents, sometimes it could be your in-laws you have to take care of. And culturally, if it's even an in-law, it could be worse. Because if the woman doesn't provide that care, it will be considered in a negative perspective. So what they did in Rwanda, in the Rwandan community I understudied, was the community comes together and they have a communal, like, creche. So the women put money together to hire nannies that would run the center. But at the same time, those women also run shifts to supervise. They don't have like a one-off head or a supervisor that is there on a constant basis. So at any point in time, you have those two women. So if it's your turn on that particular day, you're not going to the market. So they came together as a community to support themselves. So when the older kids come back from school, because there was the creche for the babies and then there was the aftercare, after school section. So that was also a community-centered approach. So government comes in terms of policy direction and domestication and adoption. Communities can also come together and do that for themselves to be able to support the women in that community as well. Then lastly, there's the private sector as well, in terms of ensuring that the workspaces are safe for women to be able to thrive and work, and then also ensuring that in their operational guidelines, there are family-friendly policies that ensure that women can be supported, and even when they have to take time off childbirth or childcare or elderly support, that should not be seen as a weakness. So when these practices are put in place, I think it would be able to give women a lot more time and freedom to be able to invest back into their businesses or their work if they're working under somebody. When you do that, economically, productivity rises, and overall, the economy will be able to stabilize. But for as long as that is not looked into as an economic enabler, childcare, elderly care support for women, we'll keep having these limitations and barriers to our growth. I'll share a story I read also somewhere. The former IMF lady, she was the finance minister also in France at some point, Christine Lagarde, she's a boy mom. And I read her story. Her kids played soccer. So she got to the VP of, I think was a Citibank in New York at a point in her career. And on days her son had to play soccer, initially when she was rising up the ladder, she was always having to go back and forth to ask for permission to be able to be there. And she was always looked at like, oh, if you're a mother why don't you sit at home? So when she got to the top, on those days, she didn't ask anybody. Once it was soccer time, she would get up, pick her bag, and just walk out. So that also forced the bank to look inwards and then support the younger women at the bottom of the ladder. So sometimes also, we as women leaders, we have very important roles to play in how we also address these challenges beyond the government, community, and private sector as a whole. So, but it's something that must be looked into holistically and must be given the multi-sectoral approach in solution giving. Thank you so much.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much. And I really like the way you wrapped it up to say when you support women in these domestic areas, the economy actually moves, quicker, right? Because they're able to then focus, right, and grow their business and your business. So I like the example you gave about the community coming together, because whether we're in informal communities like markets and, other organized communities like that, we can create these kinds of structures to support each other. And of course, in the formal workplace, right, structures can also be put in place, as well as relevant policies to support women so that they grow through these life stages, right, and then are able to be productive, knowing full well that this other aspect of their life is taken care of. And all I was thinking about while you were talking is, thank God my boss is here. She can hear you. All right. Dumi, we've talked about how we can support women domestically. We've talked about finances. There's a critical area I want us to touch on before we start to wrap up this panel conversation today. And that's really around structuring, operations, right? Many business owners, right, especially when, like you, they start to put structures in place, they start to see different kinds of operational issues, right? And, many are at a loss to say, okay, how can I start to deal with these execution gaps, operational gaps? When you're young, you're able to do all kinds of things, but as you start to scale, you start to realize that there are things that might not be as seamless, right? And then you now need to solve for. So can you please tell us, right, some of the critical things that you have observed in your growth journey as a business owner that tend to impact women-led organizations from growing and scaling really as the founders would really like, and how you have started to close those gaps affordably, right, in a way that, because many women also worry about cost. So how have you learned to identify those issues and solve for them in an affordable manner? Please tell us.
Thank you so much, Laura. Women-led businesses, running a business as a woman is tough. And there are a lot of operational gaps that we simply don't have enough time to talk about today. But in my experience, two of the biggest ones that we face, I face, is hiring and pricing discipline. Believe it or not, there's still a lot of men that find it difficult to work under female leadership or to take instruction from a female boss. And I run Siriano in a way that, even though I'm the co-founder and I have a co-founder that is a man, we recognize that we're not the final bosses. Every single project, every single client is a boss to me. And so, yes, my partner is a man, and when we're hiring, we hire for what our business stands for. We hire for our business values. We hire for how we want the business to run. When we look at CVs, we don't simply look at your skill sets and your technical know-how. We have proper conversations with you to kind of understand how you fit into our business culture. And that costs no money at all. It just takes you being intentional with the kind of conversations that you have in interviews. Before, you were just like, okay, so how many years of experience do you have and all those things? I can boldly say that those things don't matter to us at Siriano. We don't simply hire people that can deliver. We hire people that care. Someone said to me last year, you can teach somebody, you can teach a person anything, you can teach a person any skill, but you can't teach someone to care. So maybe you only have 1 year experience and we're looking for someone that has 3 to 5 years of experience. But 3 to 5 years of experience may mean that you find it difficult to speak to me or to have a conversation with me or to take an instruction from me as your boss. But what does that look like when I want you to have a client-facing conversation? And this is a millionaire, $1 million client, but she's a woman. Why do I hire you when I can't trust you to represent us? I'm only one person and so is my partner. So maybe 2 of us can go to 2 separate meetings in a day. But what if we have 6? And 6 people want to hire Siriano services? Am I now worried that yes, I hired you and yes, you have the skill sets, but I know that you're not able to go and speak to a woman that is about to pay us millions respectfully just because you feel like that is too difficult for you? So I started to think about it from that perspective and started to hire for what I stand to represent as a brand. And not simply because nobody looks behind the scenes and sees you drawing or doing all the technical drawings and architectural plans in 1 hour and the other people do it in 5 hours. I honestly don't care, because respect of a woman is more important to me in hiring in my organization, and even to my partner who is a guy. And this will, like almost like a call to action for all the men in the room that may feel like a women-led business panel is of no interest. If you work closely with a woman leader and you see a male colleague of yours or a male team member finding it difficult, don't simply step up and tell the woman, okay, let me take it from here. Have a conversation with the man, because how many things do you want to take from here, from the woman? But how many times will she step down so you can step up to action and protect her? We don't need protection. We need communication and information about just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I can't lead you. I own the business. And so my partner has never stepped to the occasion and, oh, let me be the man and let me solve it. Even with clients, when we have clients that walk in and say, are you the one I'm meant to be speaking to? I want to speak to the man. That is an immediate no for him. We're not taking the job, no matter how much, because we don't have men or women here. We have people of Siriano. And for me to be able to call you the people of Siriano, you have to represent my cultural beliefs and our business values. And that won't bend for your technical know-how. The second is pricing. And it goes back again to you understanding what you're pricing for. People, see me or they've seen videos on our social media or work that we've done and they say, oh, I really want to use you, but it looks expensive. What is expensive? What does expensive mean? It's not expensive, it's above your budget, first of all. But second of all, I've never tried to be the cheapest option. I think that globally, in every single part of the world where they give business awards and grants, there's no award for the cheapest. There's no award for the lowest price. There's award for the best quality and the best value for money. So I'm not boasting to be the cheapest. I have looked through my costs and I understand what I'm pricing for. So when I have conversations with people and they're like, oh, why is this so expensive? I can justify. I understand what my costs are. I understand what I bring to the table. You don't have to use me. I do recognize that there are cheaper options. I didn't promise you to be the cheapest. I promised to bring you the best quality. So I think it has just come from understanding what I am trying to represent, and not just, so I don't price for people, I price for my business. Because the next interior design or architecture company might be able to do it for $2,000. Maybe they have a virtual office, maybe they don't pay rent, maybe they don't have staff that they have sent, maybe their staff. There's so many reasons why pricing is lower than you, but you find that a woman is bidding against 5, 6, 7 men on a job, and she feels like she needs to position her pricing just a little lower just because it makes her a bit more sort of worthy of being in that space. So you're doing all these little things and reducing your prices. I'm so sorry, but I'm not willing to make a loss just to win over 5 men. If it's not mine, it's not mine. So pricing discipline is very, very important. And once you put pricing structures in place that are justifiable, right, you cost everything. I tell my team all the time, cost yourself. Recognize that your sweat equity, it may not be physical cash, it may not be anything physical that you're spending, but your technical skill, your presence, your advice, the fact that I know better about this thing that you need than you, and I'm here to advise you, all of those things cost money in some way or the other. I had to go to school to know it. I have to sort of study and read and do a lot more development of myself to know those things. And that's why you have called me to this room to ask for my expertise. All those things, just because I'm not spending money on them, doesn't mean they don't cost me anything. And that is something that I should be paid for as a service provider. It's an opinion. That's what lawyers are paid for. And I think once you have that confidence of understanding the structure and the values that go into your costing and everything that you should cost, then it takes things to another level, in my opinion.
Fantastic, fantastic. So well delivered. Thank you so much. Women, hire the right people, all right? Whether you're in the formal sector, you're in the informal sector, it's very important to have the right people looking after your business, because by the time you scale from 1 shop to 5 shops to multiple shops across different parts of Nigeria and across different parts of Africa, and you start to go global, you would not be able to be, how many places can you really be? So hiring the right people is very critical, and please do not be shy to charge. Charge the money where you want charge. If you've crunched the numbers, you know what it is costing you to run that business, and one man is now coming to say, I will give you, let them go with the man. The money you have called is the money you have called. They will come back and come and collect your own business, all right? So please, let's not be afraid to charge women. Let's be bold. This is another business owner like yourself that is also doing some of the bold things that you are doing, all right? So please, let's take these learnings and do something with them. I'd like us to bring the panel to a close now, because we've said a lot of excellent things and a lot of notes have been taken. But I want us to leave everyone with, one final thought. And I'm just going to go around the room, around all the panelists. If you could fix just one barrier, right, to unlock the next wave of women-led enterprise growth, what would it be? If you could fix just one thing to say, in my area, this is one burning thing that's been on my mind that women-led enterprises need to solve for, or that needs to be paid attention to more to help them scale sustainably. What would that one thing be? I'll start with soft money right here and then go all the way to Honorable. Yes, please tell us, Busola.
Thank you very much, Lara. For me, the first thing will be knowledge sharing. A good session as the business summit that we have here, and the latte that Bumi mentioned is quite important. Because you find that even when you have access to capital, you have access to the right requirement, you might not have the required knowledge for you to navigate some certain things. The right knowledge around setting the right structure, the right knowledge around what KPI should I be measuring, the right knowledge even in the industry where you want to operate in. So for me, critical to women and SME will be knowledge. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Knowledge. Titi? Go on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lara. I think that if I would fix one thing, I would say that our disposition to insurance should change. People are your most important assets, and the people that work for you, there's a requirement of the law that says that if you have 3 or more people, you should insure them. Are they insured? Because if anything happens, you would have to dip in and you have to pay the beneficiaries. So it's important that, all of our assets that are important and useful to create business, we get them insured and we change our disposition to insurance. The premium is small, but the benefits can be very enormous. Thank you.
Thank you, Titi. Let's change our disposition to insurance. Nike?
Okay, mine will be twofold. You have to forgive me. So I imagine that the question is for now, and I believe all the leaders are going to be talking for now. But I want to talk about the next level. If I could change one thing, I would like us to go back to the original plan that the government had when they talked about the 6334 system of education. A lot of us might not remember or know what I'm talking about, but it was a system of education that was supposed to give children generally the opportunity to think about, going to school, going to university and doing all, what we know to do, go to school, get a good degree, get a job kind of life. And the one that gives children privileges to work with their hands, work with their passion. So today we're seeing all sorts of things in the digital space. We're seeing all sorts of things in fashion. We're like a school that allows children to explore to the point where they're able to make up their minds later in life what they really, really want to do, not stumble into business like most of us have stumbled. For me, that's important because in a country of over 220 million people, we need to start creating the jobs in droves, as it were. So when we talk about the women today and what they can do and what we should, how we can support the women today, it doesn't end there. What are we going to do for the next wave of women? The next wave of women cannot come the same way we have come, stumble, fall, attend seminars like this. They should be better prepared. And if we have that kind of system, I also think that one of the things we should work into that system is entrepreneurship. They can start to do courses on entrepreneurship from secondary school. And so that gives them all the sense of whether you're doing a business plan, understand budgeting, understand financial planning and all what have you. All of those things would help them to craft them to, hone their craft by the time they're leaving secondary school into the universities or whatever else that they want to do. So they'll be starting better. They will not, hopefully they will not make the same errors a lot of us have made in our generation. So that's the one thing I would like to do. But I would not feel good leaving this seminar today and not talk to women and everybody at large about the personal pension plan. I think this is very, very important because we've talked about access to finance. We've talked about things that, we wish we knew earlier and we could do. Busola talked to us about the lady putting money in her box just to save for her rent. The personal pension plan allows you to do all of that, and it's come back bigger and better. Before now, it was between the voluntary contributions in the private sector and the micro pension plan for the informal sector. Now the law allows us to have a personal pension plan. So whether you're making voluntary contributions through your employer on a monthly basis into your retirement savings account, or you choose to have your personal pension plan because you have you're an entrepreneur and you have your own business, you can do that directly. It allows you to put money as often as you want. So before, it has to be monthly, it has to be through an employer. You can do it by yourself into your retirement savings account, weekly, daily, monthly, whatever is convenient for you. You can also have like targeted savings if you want. So today, I'm a seamstress. I'm planning to, save for my machine or planning to save for rent and things like that. It allows you to do that because there's flexibility in terms of withdrawal. Prior to now, you couldn't withdraw except maybe like once in 2 years. Now, after the first 3 months of contributions, you could withdraw at least a maximum of 50% of what you have contributed in the personal pension plan. And then thereafter, you can withdraw every other month if you need to. So it allows you to plan, it gives you some flexibility, and ultimately your children will not become your retirement plan because the other 50% you have to retain your retirement savings account for your retirement. So if you do not have a personal pension plan, if you have not thought about it, I think it's very important that you locate the stand at the exhibition and begin to ask questions about how you can care for how you can prepare for your retirement, or perhaps how you can have targeted savings for certain things you want to do in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nikki. Deomi, please go on.
If I could change one thing, what I would definitely change is the gender bias. And not necessarily how women are seen or any of the things that are already in the process of being solved, but how we see ourselves. I wish I could have 1,000,001 conversations with women about how we perceive ourselves, because the issue now goes beyond just your business. It's actually a mental issue for you as well in trying to run an organization, in trying to run a business and feeling as if you've been marginalized in a way. But for me, the way you see it is more important than the way people see us. So the way we see ourselves and the ways people see us, there's, I don't really care, as long as you don't really care. So I want to just tell every woman here, we just have to keep on going. Because once we make women-led businesses become a normal thing, the more they see us building, the more they see us scaling, the more they see us starting businesses and just refusing to stop, women-led business will become the norm. And I think that that's the gap I would like to close.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much. Jumoke?
Thanks, Lara. I think for me, it's that giving women more visibility, women-led businesses, showing more success stories so that women see what is possible. Because as I said, it's about women not believing they can and, dreaming, aspiring for that and having those conversations that will get them to that next level of their business. And it's only when you have those conversations that you know what you can do. So it's, having more of women see these things in terms of women that have done it, women that are still doing it, and then they also believe in that they can get there. Thanks.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much. And Honorable Commissioner, please.
Can you hear? Is it on, right? Okay. For me, I think it's basically also along the same line with all the other speakers. Like Nick has said, we have to keep doing it in a way that will make the next set of women leaders not stumble and fall the way we have been doing it. So we need to keep persevering and embrace our resilience more, because I think every business owner or founder or woman leader is a very resilient human being, so that we can continue to give hope to future generations of women and girls, because each of us here may look at what we're doing as something we're doing it for our individual selves, but I always say, most often at times is bigger than us. You do not realize the impact and the hope you're giving to millions of other people, especially in this day of the era of technological advancement, social media. You find that a lot of people see you and know you and what you do, but you don't know them on a personal space. So I think we need to persevere more, remain resilient and focused, and at the same time, we need to ensure that we also give back. Give back in the form of mentorship, share our stories so that they see us as also human, in the sense that whatever we're doing, we're not doing it devoid of the challenges, but no, we're surmounting the challenges one way or the other. And maybe some way, somehow, by strategically remaining focused and in the space. Like the Cyrano founder said, the men will get used to seeing us. And then once you get used to our boring faces, you would begin to accept us more, and then the integration will seamlessly happen. So thank you very much once again for having me here. It's been a pleasure and an honor, and I look forward to more fruitful engagements. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I think you need to look at someone beside you and say, you lucky you. All this wisdom that you just got the opportunity to hear. You lucky. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. We have time for maybe 2 questions. Is there any pertinent question? Okay, I have one there, and I have one online. So we will take from you, madam, and then we'll just ask the question from the online audience. Please let's give madam, or help her unmute her table mic. Yes. Please give her a mic. I'm not sure her table mic is responding. In the time being,
Let me read the question online. Does she have a mic?
Okay, fantastic. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Baraka, and I am a French educator. And firstly, I would like to say that I am super elated for being here. I didn't know about this. A friend of mine just told me, and I am so glad that I came because I have learned a whole lot. And I'd like to say thank you to Stanbic IBTC for putting this together. As a woman, I have learned a whole lot. I have a question for Madame Jumoke. She was talking about how women need to be bolder, and men, they're bold, they go out, they ask questions. And that is so true, because me being here today is me being bold to come and learn and hear all of these things, because I had no idea about all of these things that have been said, from investment to pricing to building a community and saving and pension, like Madam Nike talked about. But I do have a concern, because when it comes to loans, there's a particular perception that we have, or should I say I had before, and luckily that has changed. So there's something called the debt trap concern. I know a lot of people have concerns about this too. It's the stigma that comes with loans from financial institutions. That loans sometimes could lead to endless debt, or maybe the interest is going to go up, or it will float, and you would never really know if you can even get access to those loans as well. So I just wanted to ask, how do you combat that stigma when it comes to loans and getting people to understand that it's accessible and you can just go there and just ask for it and take that bold step? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jumoke, please. Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you for asking that. Sorry, your name again?
My name is Baraka.
Okay, thanks, Barbara. All right, so yes, there is that stigma. There's the whole, I don't want to use a loan to run my business. I want to proudly let everyone know that it's my equity that has funded my business. I have taken my business to this level solely with my money. But it gets to a stage where you will need debt to grow. And if you ask all the successful men out there, they've grown their businesses with debt. Equity is good. That's why I said, you find women using equity, borrowing from fathers, husbands, partners. We just rely on this family thing. We're loan averse, which is also why we pay loans, because we really want to maintain that good persona. So we're loan adverse, but when you want to grow, and that's why I said you have to be bold. You have to be bold about where you want to take your business to. You want to take it to the next level. You want to have a billion, for quote and unquote, $1 billion or $1 billion naira business. Your equity can only get you so far, and that goal in mind, that aspiration you have, is what will drive you. And it's not about how people perceive you. No one perceives, and we know the billionaire in the business. We know the business is doing very well. No one's perceiving them in any way, because they are examples of how to run business responsibly. Remember, you're building a sustainable business, so you need a right partner. We're not going to tell you to take a loan that is beyond your capacity. So that fear of, will I be able to pay back? Will interest rates changes? So you need to choose the right financial partner. And that's what we are also offering at Stanbic IBTC. So the right financial partner will walk that journey with you, and ensuring that your aspirations and what you're trying to do aligns. So it's that responsible lending, responsible borrowing, having a plan and walking that plan. So that's the key thing to ensure that, yes, there is that fear, but once you are in good hands, walking that journey, it wouldn't crystallize. So I don't want to I don't want to downplay it, because I know it's why women don't borrow, really. But you just have to have that engagement, that conversation, and know that you have a partner willing to support you in that journey and that plan you have for your business. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And I hope that the women in the room will take bolder steps and have that chat with Jumoke about taking loans even to support their next level of growth. Just finally, as we wrap up, Busola, one person wants you to quickly tell them, how do we have access to the investment account on Stanbic IBTC? So one person online has asked this question. Please tell them very quickly.
Okay, it's very easy. I'll put down first my own email address, and also you can go onto our website on www.stanbicibtcassetmanagement.com, and all of the processes are there. My own email address is busola.jejelowo, my name, my surname, at stanbicibtc.com. You can actually be onboarded online, or we do e-via paper. We advise that you do online because it's quite seamless. You can do your onboarding once you go onto our website, and that process is very seamless, and you can fund your account from there, and you're ready to start investing.
Fantastic. So for that person who wants to start doing something about what they've heard, go online to the Stanbic IBTC Asset Management website and get started right away. Round of applause, please. Let's say thank you so much to all of our panelists. We appreciate you for sharing your wisdom with us in such eloquent format. I think our leaders, Remy and Bidio, if you please come so that we can have pictures with our panelists. Thank you.
Again, can we appreciate the excellent panelists and, of course, our very articulate, brilliant moderator for such a fine job. Well done. And I think you already got immediate feedback from the first person who asked, or who asked the question and said that she was elated and she's gotten such value from this summit, and in particular, this panel. The panel you just listened to was Scaling Female Enterprise, and we had the opportunity to look at a wide range of issues, a wide range of areas that female-owned businesses, and I dare say any business owner must pay attention to: insurance, risk, investments, policies around friendly environment for women to thrive in the workplace, and support that's existing for female-owned businesses. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as they take their seats, please can we appreciate them and thank them very much for a job well executed. Thank you. For those who are online, we hope you are participating fully and immersing yourself in the experience so far here at the Stanbic IBTC Nigeria Business Summit. We're gradually coming to the end of what has been an eventful, unforgettable, impactful, informative two-day summit. And before we do that, we have one more panel to go. This one would be very interesting. But before then, a few announcements, or just for notices. Someone asked a question earlier on health. I believe it was the previous panel. Someone asked a question, by show of hands, something around health. Is the person in the room this? Oh, excellent. Please, can you see Jane to your right-hand side? That's to my left-hand side. She'd like to engage you further. Excellent. All right. The beautiful thing about this summit is that a number of people are getting immediate action points or taking immediate action on some of the questions or concerns that they have raised, and that's truly valuable. And so, as we continue this afternoon, in terms of information, in terms of what's available to you as provided for by Stanbic IBTC, as we just finished the Scaling Female Enterprise, we'd like to showcase one of our offerings. Some people had asked questions around this. How better can private organizations or institutions like Stanbic IBTC support female-owned businesses? Well, I have good news for you. We have a platform that is specially and dedicatedly, intentionally curated for female-owned businesses. And in the time that it has been in existence, we have had success stories from many women. As you saw Kubi's Fabrics earlier on talk about her experience with Stanbic IBTC. But before then, I'd like to use this opportunity to remind all our delegates that we have an exhibition just at the back. The door towards the refreshment area to your left-hand side, we have a number of Nigerian-owned businesses showcasing. I had the opportunity to have a look at some of the products, and they are truly beautiful, excellent quality, and are able to compete with any product of the same value across the world. And so I would like to encourage all our delegates to kindly pay a visit. You just might see something that's of interest to you. I believe there are a few things that are also up for sale that you might want to take along with you just to have a sense or a taste of what it's about. Again, we have our exhibition stalls. I'd like to encourage you to please visit whilst you're stretching your leg or before you leave this afternoon. Please make sure you go to our exhibition stall. We have time dedicated immediately after the last panel for today where you can actually go to the exhibition stalls. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here present and online, would like to share with you a short video showcasing what Blue Blossom is about. Please, your attention to the screen. Thank you. In a short while, we'll have the video. However, if the video isn't available yet, we'll go straight to our next panel session, and then we'll ensure to play that video for your information. Benga?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's still day 2 of the first ever edition of the Nigeria Business Summit brought to you by Stanbic IBTC, and we're gradually, slowly inching towards the end of what has turned out to be an amazing 2 days of in-depth knowledge, discussions, and I'm sure you have a lot to go home with. Like Ayo said earlier, we will have one last panel session before we wrap things up for this event. And the panel discussion topic will be unlocking market access, how to attract customers and expand distribution. I'm sure a lot of you are interested in this in this discussion, very important discussion. And on this panel, we'll have Ms. Feishayo Alayonde, the Executive Secretary of Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSETF. We'll also have Chizoma Chukwueke, the Chief Executive Officer of Firewood Jollof. Prince Samuel Joseph Samuel, the Executive Chairman, Origin Tech Group Nigeria Limited. And Usman Imana, the Managing Director and CEO of Frisco Farms Limited, who used to be my senior in the Nigerian Military School, Zaria. We're very happy to have you here, Senior Imana. We also have the distinguished moderator. But before I introduce him, I would like to just give you a bit of information about him. is the head of business development for enterprise banking at Stanbic IBTC, where he drives growth initiatives, partnerships, and market expansion for the bank's enterprise segment. He works closely with businesses to identify opportunities, connect them to financial solutions, and support their journey from early growth to scale. He's focused on building strong relationships that unlock value for both clients and the wider business ecosystem. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for a moderator for this session, the head business development enterprise banking at Stanbic IBTC, Ikechi Onyeneke. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much, Tunji. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our program for today. So this panel will be focusing on unlocking market access and how to attract customers and expand distribution. So I'd like to welcome various members of the panel to come forward. Ms. Feishayo Alayonde, she's Executive Secretary, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Feishayo, so she's the Executive Secretary for Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, where she leads initiatives focused on job creation, entrepreneurship support, and access to finance for MSMEs in Lagos State. She oversees programs that provide funding, capacity building, and market access to thousands of businesses, playing a key role in strengthening Lagos' enterprise ecosystem and driving inclusive economic growth. Please, let's make welcome Ms. Feishayo. Also on the panel will be Chizoma Chukwueke. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Firewood Jollof, a fast-growing food and hospitality brand known for its bold flavors and strong customer following. As a consumer-focused entrepreneur, she brings hands-on experience in building brand loyalty, attracting customers in a competitive market, and scaling distribution within the food and lifestyle sector. Please welcome Chizoma. Also on the panel today is Prince Samuel Joseph Samuel, who is the Executive Chairman of Origin Tech Group. However, we understand he's going to be represented by Mrs. Temi Nelson, the Executive Director of Finance and Investment for Origin Tech Group. Origin Tech Group is a company operating across agri-business technology and mechanization solutions. So the company brings deep experience in building large-scale distribution networks, forging strategic partnerships, and deploying technology to unlock productivity and market access across Nigeria's agricultural value chains. The next panelist is Usman Imana, as the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer for Frisker Farms Limited. It's a consumer goods company focused on healthy plant-based food products. He has led brand growth across retail channels, building strong distribution partnerships, and earning consumer trust in highly competitive FMCG markets. Usman brings practical insights into scaling products, winning shelf space, and expanding nationwide distribution. Please welcome Usman. The last panelist is Mr. Onyeka Okoli. Onyeka is the founder of Float Merchants. It's a fintech platform helping businesses simplify payments, manage cash flows, and expand digital commerce. He works at the intersection of technology and business growth, enabling enterprises to reduce payment friction, improve customer conversion, and access new markets through digital channels. Onyeka brings a strong perspective on how technology unlocks modern routes to market. Onyeka, please. All right, so our panel focus is going to be basically on go-to-market breakthroughs, where we'll define the first wedge from one segment to multi-channel strategies, leveraging things like AI. We'll also be looking at channel strategies, where we compare modern trade, informal retail. We'll also be looking at retention mechanics and how habits loop and how habit loops are built so growth is durable in businesses. And of course, avoidable mistakes. Thank you. All right, so thanks and welcome again to the panelists. So we'll start off with you, Chizoma. Of course, we've had a long debate on which jollof is better. Ghana, Nigeria, and even Gambia has even come into the fray. We all know the answer to that anyway. So, Chizo, you've built Firewood Jollof, which operates in one of the most competitive consumer categories. So what strategies have helped you consistently to attract customers and build loyalty in a market where taste, convenience, pricing, and experience all compete for attention?
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Chizoma Chikweke, and I dare say I make the best firewood jollof in the world. So thank you for that question. It's a very, very interesting question. And I would say that for people in my industry, especially people in the food industry, we compete, but we do not compete on all fronts. You see people choosing how they want to compete. But for us at Firewood Jollof, what we did from the beginning to be relevant in an already saturated market was competing on all fronts. So when it came to pricing, when it came to the product, when it came to value, when it comes to the general experience when people interact with your brand was what we decided to hold on to. And I just said now that we make the best firewood jollof in the world. That is a bold statement. And you cannot market a bad product. So for us, when we decided that we wanted to start making jollof rice, we already decided that we were going to be the brand that would make the best firewood jollof in the world. And every other thing that followed through had to live through to that statement. And I would say that for us, the product was very, very important. And when you're taking a product to the market, there are certain things that you must do. For us, we decided that if we say this jollof is the best jollof in the world, how do we stay consistent? That was it for us from the beginning. And the hype was there. Everybody, started telling us, oh, your jollof is amazing. And because we started without structure, it was very difficult to, standardize. But because we knew that if we want to remain in this market, we had to standardize our product. And that is what I would say to every business person here today in my industry. If you have a very good product, and you want to market that product, you need to standardize your product. So for us, how do we want this jollof rice to remain consistent every time people eat it? Standardization is the answer. The market is already saturated. Everybody is making jollof rice. Everybody is cooking. But how do you want people to remember your brand? For us, it was standardization of our recipe. And we decided that if we standardize this, even if a new set of people come, they'll be able to still prepare the same meal that will still be consistent in the market. So I would say that for us, the product was really, really number one, and standardizing the product. Because when people know that they will get the same thing from you every time, then they'll keep coming back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So standardization is a very... Sorry? So someone wants to know if you brought enough jollof for everyone here.
I get that question all the time. Don't worry, Firewood Jollof is in Landmark, so we have an outlet here in Landmark. So if you want to try the jollof rice, please visit our outlet here in Landmark.
Well done. All right, thank you very much. So standardization is a very critical part of it. So we move over to you, Onyeka, and so we've seen how fintechs have changed how businesses are done, particularly in the financial sector. You have a diverse background in financial services, FMCG, and of course now fintech. Now, looking at how digital commerce is reshaping how businesses reach their customers, from your experience with float merchants, what digital tools and processes have proven to be most effective for helping businesses expand their reach without large physical footprints?
Thanks, Ikechi. Afternoon, and thanks for having me here today. Just to give a brief background on Float Merchant, we're basically an embedded finance solution. Again, not to use plenty English, but basically what we do is we enable access to working capital, particularly for FMCG, SME companies. So we operate within ecosystems. I think it's very obvious that we're at a stage, particularly in the retail ecosystem, where physical outlets are not necessary. Cost of labor, cost of power, cost of running physical outlets often outweigh the gains you know, especially for SME startups, right? So clearly digital is the way to go. A lot of our onboarding, most of our customers happen strictly online. And it's a very straightforward process. We use tools like WhatsApp to onboard them. And because we're solving a problem, what is the problem we're solving? Within FMCG retail ecosystem, access to working capital is very important. Again, speaking from my background working for FMCG multinationals, wholesalers, distributors are faced with numerous opportunities to buy products, right? And most times you have products that tie down cash. And you have situations where another company is offering you a depletion scheme. It's very attractive, but you don't have funds to take advantage of those opportunities. That is where Float Merchant comes into play. And basically what we do is we enable access to working capital. And because we work with financial partners, we avoid the risk of diversion. So we ensure that your suppliers are paid. So coming back to the question, the time of physical spaces are no longer necessary. Everything can be done digitally, right? As long as you're clear on what ecosystems you need to work in, as long as you're clear on the archetype of your merchant, of your customers, a lot of things are possible today. It could be WhatsApp, it could be Instagram, it could be Twitter, it could be, I mean, there are tons of technological platforms that enable you connect with your customers.
Thank you very much. So essentially, businesses need to have an online presence to be able to effectively reach out and unlock, a lot of opportunities. But interestingly, not every business can entirely remain and operate online. Some of them must definitely still have physical footprints. So coming over to Mrs. Temi, again, congratulations, first of all, on the launch of your corporate farm initiative last month. So you operate in a sector where distribution, logistics, and local engagement determine success. From your perspective, what does it truly take to build a strong, reliable distribution network in Nigeria? And where do most businesses underestimate the challenge?
Thank you, Kechi. There is a lot of things that we don't get right when setting up businesses. In Origin Tech Group, we traveled in the past 30 years, assessing various markets and testing the validity of our business planning. Now, logistics business in Nigeria, our business planning consultants will give us very big playbook to write home with, and we pitch a lot of investors' desk. What we are missing is that whilst the assumptions that we play around how the logistic business should work plays in the theory, but we are removing the elements of the realization that those assumptions are indeed variables. They are actually not constant. Like our road infrastructure is a well, when we platform the volume of trade and the transportation that needed to move within states, and we put cycles to it, would we actually achieve those cycles without meeting blockages on the road and the human factor that surrounds the business in planning our logistics operations? Now, what are the success factors we should look at and consider as small business owners and aspirants? The plan that you have must be built around the ecosystem trust that surrounds that market. Now, if you don't establish your legitimacy in the market and you do not connect to the ecosystems of either the direct buyers of your markets, if they are farmers, or if they are in other industry space that needed to take your products, you don't just jump into the market and to sell. Now, businesses in Nigeria today thrive on trust. If you do not represent yourself well and connect to the social table or standpoints of various communities that has their community leadership that already endorse their presence, one single or two single salesmen in your office cannot press the button that the community leader had harnessed about 15,000, 20 million people within a single handshake. So the trust in the market also connects to succeed in logistic business. The trust of how you are represented and who do you connect to the right people in the market space. The third one that I want to draw attention to is the regulatory framework. Now, every nooks and crannies of business that want to succeed in logistics operation need to respect and know that there is a regulatory aspect within the local government. Before your trucks will travel Ogun State to Lagos, there are various roadblocks. And there is no way you can stop engagement with the tax authorities, with the local communities and the community leaders to make it work better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I particularly like the aspect of the trust. I've seen where trust within the local communities where you operate significantly could impact your business, whether it progresses or whether there's a lot of bottlenecks there. But if we come over to you, Mrs. Feishayo, so we have market access today goes beyond physical reach, as we've seen with the fintechs, right? So based on your work in the digital products rollout and inclusive finance, how can businesses use digital channels to expand distribution while still reaching underserved customers?
All right, thank you for that question, and good afternoon, everyone. Lovely to be here. My name is Feishayo Alayande. I'm the Executive Secretary for Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, and I would like to take an opportunity to just highlight what we do before I answer the question. So thank you to Stanbic for having me. LSETF is a fund that was set up to provide an intervention to support MSMEs. And the government decided that there are certain interventions that are consistent that SMEs need support on. And the first one is access to finance, access to infrastructure, access to capacity building. So when I saw that over there, I thought that was quite interesting. Access to infrastructure and access to market. So that's really prominent in the question you asked. And we see it every day when small businesses come to us and they say, oh, we need support, we need this. And the first question I always ask them is, what is it you're doing? How is it you're adding value? And once you can answer that question, how you're adding value, we then carry on the conversations. But regarding access to markets and digital, believe it or not, there are people that still say they want to see a physical product. So that's always the first challenge. But we always say to SMEs that it's important that you put your business out there and there's a face to your business and a face to your brand. Now, to that specific question around digitizing, and even in the digital world, there's still a lot of room. I'll give an example. We had a business owner that had gone through our program before, and she had an order of, I think, maybe 5,000 products. This is after going our Expo Readiness program. And she realized that she couldn't do it on her own because she didn't have the capacity to do that. And we said to her, you do realize that there's a platform where you can reach out to other SMEs like yourself and actually see how you can bridge that gap. Yes, you have an order of 5,000 within the limited time. What do you need to do? So the reason I'm telling this story is even beyond the digital side of delivering on your products, there's also the community side of things. So what did she do? She reached out to other people that had gone through the same program with her and said, look, this is the order I'm trying to fulfill. Based on the business that she has, how can we work together to do that? And she formed a partnership, and she was able to actually deliver on that product. But the real reason why that actually worked for her was because she had a community first, and she actually believed in digitization. Another angle to this that we always find with people saying market access and digitalization is trust. And that's where us as a community, we need to ensure that if you're placing an order and you've placed an order with a business, you are actually able to fulfill that order. And even when you're fulfilling that order, you follow it all the way through, including giving feedback. This is the status of your order. This is where it is. And even when things go wrong, this is why things have gone wrong. So it's all well and good we're talking about market access and digitization, but we need to ask ourselves as a people, how are we ensuring that we are able to fulfill that order and that there's trust in the system? Because once we realize that we all trust each other a bit more, that whole channel around digitization is actually pretty smooth, because you understand that I placed this order, the person fulfilling the order, there's a trust in that order going through. And then last but not least, and it's just another story to highlight, because we represent the underserved in the community, i.e. people that are from low-income households who would not necessarily be able to, they're small businesses, but they may not necessarily be able to afford a platform. We always say, why don't you form part of a bigger platform? And we have partners that actually give a platform where you can showcase your products. Please don't underestimate the value in a free service, because it's a free platform. You're able to showcase your products and every other product on that platform gets sold together. I hope you're following me. So don't underestimate those free services that will give you that opportunity to showcase your products and ensure that your product can be fulfilled in terms of the order. So those are the three things I would highlight that we bring to the table when it comes to market access and pushing digitization more than anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So 2 points I've taken from there. Trust is very important whenever you're providing your services or selling your goods, building trust with your clients and those around you. But very importantly, to the community in which you operate in, take advantage of the opportunities, and which is why, again, this seminar and this program here is very important. So let us take the opportunity to network and find details and contacts of people whose activities can positively impact your own businesses. So let's not leave here without getting new acquaintances and contacts from people around us who can support our businesses. So I'll go to you, Usman. So as a brand in the health and wellness FMCG space, now how did Friska build trust with retailers and customers, especially in the category where credibility, certification, and messaging are crucial to adoption?
Thank you very much for that question. Friska is started as just a farm, and over time we evolved into a wellness brand. We operate in a category where a higher level of trust is required, because people they don't need to think about buying clothes or accessories. They don't really need to think much about buying food. But when it comes to something that has to do with their health, especially when it has to do with lifestyle issues, skincare and the like, there's an extra level of trust that is required before people can purchase. So one of the first things that we did was to ensure that we had all the certifications, NAFDAC, SON, FDA, every certification out there that is required to give people the comfort to be able to, make use of your product. And the second thing is our messaging. Fortunately for me, I have a brand's PR and marketing background, so that helped in the branding, the messaging, and getting people to appreciate the brand and buy into the brand. The truth is, people always think that the first thing to do is just to advertise, and they're quick to just run ads. But what the customer needs, right, is to understand the science behind, that's for health and wellness-based product, to understand the science behind what you are offering. And to understand it, you need to speak to them in a language that they can understand, right? Because the people, I have a biochemistry background, and the core of most of our key products were actually my project work, my undergraduate project work in the university. So it took me time and the blessing of having a marketing background to understand that not everybody has a science background. Most people don't even care about the technicalities. Your customers just want you to explain to them in a language that they would understand. For a very long time, we were trying to sell and we were getting a lot of resistance. We did something different in 2023. We started making content that educated people about lifestyle ailments, and we're putting it on YouTube. Every week, we're not getting views, we're not seeing stuff, we're putting it on YouTube, we're doing it. And after 6 months, I just realized that we're getting organic sales. And then when people see our ads, the pushback is less. So when it comes to getting, pushing products out, people just think that, oh, I'll start running adverts and then people will buy. And then when they spend a lot of money on Facebook ads or digital ads and they don't get the kind of return on ad spend that they expect, they start to get frustrated. But if people start to think, stop thinking like business owners and put yourselves in the shoes of the customer, right? You need to understand the customer psychology. If you yourself were going to buy your product online and you see the ads, would you just click and buy? Nobody, I mean, no rational human being, especially in Nigeria where we have trust issues, will just see an ad and then they will make purchase. They'll probably want to do their groundwork. They will do a bit of research on the company that is promoting that product. They'll probably go on Google or social media. They want to see your page. And when they get to your page, you have to come correct, right? A lot of people think that, oh, running a brand online is just posting flyers and everything, posting nice graphics and all, but that's not what the customer is interested in. The customer needs to know that you are a subject matter expert. So you need to have content that shows that you have, that shows that you have stature and you have an understanding of what you are selling. The second is that they want to see that other people have used your product and they want to see the reviews. So testimonial kind of content needs to be there. The third is that they want to see that there are human beings behind the business and they are not just talking to some faceless organizations. So you want to have content about your staff, your factory, your production process, and like, so it's not just getting people to buy your product and trust your product is a lot of work, but it starts with first of all making sure that you have the regulatory approvals and the certifications and all, and then it evolves to the kind of the intentionality that you put into building trust and getting people to understand what they are buying into. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Usman. All right, so thanks, and I think the importance of certification can't be overemphasized. We've seen where businesses are unable to scale because they don't have the requisite certification. So it's important too, especially for those probably in processing and in agro businesses. I think there are basic certification which you can get, and it would help, definitely to help to improve and grow your businesses. And yeah, so we'll move on to Chisom. I'll come back to you again. So as Firewood Jollof has expanded, right, what customer behavior insights have shaped your growth decisions, whether it's around pricing, product mix, delivery channels, or location strategy? And how can entrepreneurs better use data to guide their expansion decisions?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I would say that for us at Firewood Jollof, expansion did not come out of ambition. Expansion didn't come because we're feeling good. It came from observation. We were observing the customers. Your customers will tell you how to grow, and how do you know that they are speaking to you? I would say this: we are very data-driven at Firewood Jollof. And one of the things that helped us scale was because we knew what our customers wanted. We knew when they wanted us to sell beyond jollof rice. We knew when they wanted us to give them better deals. And how do you know this? As little as how many people ordered jollof rice this week, as little as that data can go a long way in helping you scale. For us, what did the data do for us? It helped us to know where our customers were. For example, we know where our major customers are in Firewood Jollof. We know the people on the island, the people on the mainland. We know where the revenue comes from, what location the revenue comes from. And you can't know all of that if you're not data-driven. Data has also helped us to know the kind of deals to give our customers. So when we look at the trend of what people are ordering from us, we now decide to say, okay, if we put this into a bundle and give it to people at a lesser price, would more people order? And for every time we've done that, we see that more people are ordering. So what did that tell us? That told us that people wanted value for their money. So what I'll also say is that people are not scared of pricing. They're only scared when they do not get value for their money. So for us, data has really helped us to know how to meet our customers' needs. And one of the other things that was very important that we saw in data was product mixing and pricing. I've said that before. If you look at most of the things that we offer on our page, we give you value for your money. Right now, there's an Easter combo running where we're giving people 5 bowls of food for 80,000. Normally, if you're going to buy that from us, you'll spend more than 80,000 buying that. But what our data has shown us over time is that we always have more volume anytime we run promos, anytime we run deals. And as a business, we've said, okay, if we want to see more revenue, then we need to keep doing this. And how were we able to do that? We did that because we had the data, we had the knowledge, we knew what people wanted. Also, another thing that helps us scale is we decided to stop listening to ourselves. What do I mean by that? As a business owner, when you start, you try to make it comfortable for yourself. So you want people to order a particular kind of way. You say, oh, you can order on WhatsApp, or you can order through the DMs. But what we did was we decided to listen to our customers. How do you want to buy from us? And then we started to meet them at the point of that need. So for example, you can order through WhatsApp, through the DMs, through our websites, through any other channel that you want us to reach you on. And when we knew that it was time for us to expand, we had people telling us, oh, sometimes delivery can be a challenge. How about we just, walking in to buy? And we realized that a lot of people used to walk into our Surrey outlets then. And then we said to ourselves, how do we meet them halfway? And that was because of data, we were able to know where to start opening our outlets from. So we started from the major place where we have most of our customers, which is the island. And before we even did that, we understood from the beginning our target audience. We knew who we wanted to sell to. It was the corporate people, because one of the challenges of the corporate people is where to get good food at an affordable rate. Nobody wants to spend 10,000 naira buying food every day. So we decided that we wanted to give people very, very, very valuable deals for lunch. And so when we're going to expand into the outlets, the people who started buying from us are the people who had been selling to from the beginning, selling their friends and families, coming to the outlets. But data was what made us know when it was time to scale, the way we want to sell to our customers and how to meet them at the point of their need. So for me, I would say that, expansion doesn't come from ambition. It comes from listening and observing the needs of your customers. And these are the things that have helped us scale Firewood Jollof till this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's the importance of feedback from customers. So it's important for everyone, whatever business it is, always take feedback, create opportunities for customers to tell you what they want, what they liked, what they didn't like, and let us act upon that. And then, of course, creating channels for ordering, payments, and all of that. So, Onyeka, when we look at online platforms that clients have put in place for payments, for the businesses they run, we have payment failures and checkout friction, which can cause massive revenue losses in potential sales. So, how can businesses use smarter payment solutions to improve their conversion rates, reduce drop-offs, and of course, open new distribution channels?
Thanks for that question. I think we can never overemphasize the importance of speaking to customers. Honestly, I think if I were to give, my advice to people in this room is a feedback from a customer is priceless, is valuable insight. And sometimes you might have a very difficult customer and just say, you know what, this person's wahala is too much. That is a missed opportunity to take very, very valuable insight. So failure of payment is basically lost sales. That's what it is. And if it's not a problem that is nipped in the bud or solved, that leads to greater loss in sales and revenues. So to take it home to what we do at Float Merchant, every time, I tell my team, every time you're on the phone with a customer trying to explain a process, that is already an appraisal on the technology we're building. So if the person is already having difficulty and you have to say, oh, go here, do this, choose this option, that's a failure on our path. And of course, it's not to discourage team members, but it's to say to them that that is a rare opportunity to take feedback and to improve on our solutions. There are tons of cases. The one that comes to mind is, of course, if you're in the lending business, you have to understand various patterns with how your clients pay you back. And sometimes you might be fixated on a tenor approach, or I lent you money today, pay me back in 30 days. But because of the way Nigeria is, we're beginning to understand that, hey, must I wait to 30 days? If I have an opportunity to take back this money before 30 days, why don't I create that opportunity? Because guess what? Another opportunity to use that money will come. And the customer or the obligor is well within his rights to say to you, I don't have the money. It's tied down somewhere, right? So constant conversations with our customer, again, is priceless feedback and a great opportunity to innovate on the solutions that we're building. And another point is, and this is where the opportunity is. So 60% of customer complaints, as a survey, speaks to payment failure, transaction failures. And it goes on about how this happens, particularly in the banking sector. But guess what? That gave rise to the money points of today, the OPAs of today, because they started solving a problem. There are tons of problems to be solved, right? And the amazing thing is that you can actually use technology to fix a lot of these things if you understand the customer or the consumer insight behind that problem. And I think, again, customer feedback is very priceless. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Onyeka. And again, that's further buttressing the importance of taking very seriously customer feedback, what your customers are saying about your products, about your service. So we'll come back to you again, Mrs. Temi. So you work extensively with cooperatives, distributors, input suppliers, and government. Of course, you participate in government programs. Now, in your experience, which forms of partnerships accelerate market entry the fastest? And how can smaller businesses or SMEs structure themselves to benefit from this?
All right, thank you. How did we scale in Origin Tech Group? We started as a local enterprise and worked hard for 30 years to harvest more than 19 states present in Nigeria and about 1.8 million customers today. What did we do differently that our small business owners can learn from this session? Various partnership works differently and they have their peculiarities. So we traverse from corporate society, how did we get into connecting them to our business and what we do? We pride ourselves in Origin Tech Group as a food systems company, and we developed, in partnership with Lagos State today, the largest food systems and logistics hub in the country today. And that connects us to our focal interests in putting food on the table of every individual. Now, with cooperative society, one of our business called Tractor on the Go started 2013. We realized that small stakeholder farmers do not have capital to harness agricultural mechanization equipment like tractors and plows and harvesters. So if we went through going door to door by soliciting farmers to connect them to the platform that we have built in TOG platform, it will take us decades to achieve that. So what we did was to walk through each community leadership, and in statistics, we have about 6 million cooperative societies in Nigeria, controlling about 15 to 20 million members, and a lot of them are within the agriculture space. So sitting down with the local leaders and presenting the trust of what you have to offer with a single handshake covers what you will achieve in years. And mind you, the platform that runs business today successfully is an ecosystem of trust. You need to present and showcase how you can be trusted. When the people that do not know your business, you meet them the first time, they will want to know that you have their interests at heart. They will want to know how you platform their needs and meet them. So what we did differently was to bring, even cutting across to distributors, was to bring them into exposing channels to them. We train, we develop, we bring technology in because we are a technology-focused agri-business, and we also preserve their margin. So this makes them to become advocates, and we were having various harvests of clientele. Now, in government partnership, what scares most businesses and enterprise is the element of bureaucracy, the slowness in getting traction, and the fear of being publicly exposed, politically exposed. So as small business owners, our approach was to come from, we don't really want to be the lead. We want to be, an influencer, a support to the public sector through public-private partnership. We don't want to project ourselves, really, but let's take some spectrum of what the need is and become subcontractor, be the logistic enhancer, be the influence to execute certain significant section of the project. And with that, trust is being built. We are not really out to gain, but what to platform for the benefit of the masses. And that will hand you infrastructure, it will hand you the visibility that you are looking out for. And if we look at the distributor systems that are all over the country, the large portion of GDP is controlled by the unmanned, is controlled by those who are really outside the data ecosystem, the retail farmers and the market women. So when you approach distributors as vendors, that is the beginning of the clog. If you want to harness the distributor, and a single distributor that had been in business for 15 years had had fingers burnt severally out of making difficult conversations, different handshake that didn't turn to business, they come with a network and strength of trust within their community. So when you walk through distributors to want to scale your business as a small business owners, you approach as a partnership from partnership standpoint to projecting and putting forward your services that you are offering in a way to connect to their need. And then you'll be able to scale your business, and then you are watching the tempo of maintaining the integrity of your business and the trust that you are trying to earn from that ecosystem. And that is how to scale better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We keep having repeated reference to building of trust for your business. We still keep talking about how we need to take advantage of the communities in which we operate in and being part of things like cooperatives and all of that. So that in its own way has its own advantages to help to sustain and to build and to, move your business to the next level. So again, talking about scale, Usman, I'll come to you for this. So many great products, fail to scale. We've had cases like Google Glass, which, due to privacy concerns, we had HP Touchpad, which was released too late, to compete with the likes of the iPad. We've had MySpace, which could not innovate because it wasn't fast enough, right? So what operational, branding, or distribution decisions were most decisive in helping Friska to reach more states, more shelves, and more customers nationwide?
Okay, so funny that our first attempt at scaling into retail outlets actually failed. In our first 2 years, we had gotten into over 500 pharmacies and supermarkets, and it looked very good on paper, but it ended in debt. Right? So it was a big mistake that could have actually wrecked us. So we had to go back to the drawing board. For my kind of business, when people think about scale, what they see is I'm in 1,000 outlets. Everywhere they go, they see my products and everything. It's more of an ego thing than a business thing, because everybody is calling you, oh, I'm seeing your products here, and you're happy. But if you've not built the engine behind that distribution, you will crash and burn. It's not a curse. It's facts. And I've lived it. I'm talking from experience. I think that the first thing is to separate demand from distribution. To be honest, if you have a product, especially a food or lifestyle product, locally produced, that has, good branding, has all the certification, it's very easy to get into shelves. Because remember that you are putting those products, you are giving the supermarkets on credit. So if the product is good, they would collect it and fill their shelves. But if you scale in such a way that you are not able to track and collect your money, it will blow up in your face. So getting into outlets is the least of your problems, based on my experience, right? You need, like I said, you need to separate demand from distribution. The first thing is to get the demand right. The mistake that a lot of SMEs, and I speak to SMEs, I'm not talking to conglomerates or multinationals. I'm not there yet. The small players, right? So when an SME calls themselves FMCG, they want to roll out the way the Cadburys and the Nestle's will roll out. It's not possible. It's like trying to power a duplex with Tiger generator. It will blow. It will blow up. It's not possible. You need to look at your present realities, your capacity, your finance to determine how you want to scale. Being in 1,000 outlets does not translate to success. You can be in 20 outlets and be more successful than somebody that is all over the country. So all those, sometimes people just chase vanity metrics, and that is what it is, just vanity metrics. Now, like I said, first thing is to sort out the demand before you look at distribution. By rule of thumb, for me, based on my own experience, right, any product that is going to sit outside for more than 45 days and I don't get my money back is a loss. So cash cycle is very important. We have supermarkets that we gave products and they were with our monies for 3 years. Is that one business? That's charity disguised as enterprise. So it's not just about rolling out everywhere. You need to first of all make sure that there's demand for your products. And even when you roll out, you don't just put your products out. You need to build what I call, for lack of a better choice of words, a growth engine. A growth engine is a combination of a sales funnel, right? Operations and fulfillment, and customer experience. Because you don't want to keep chasing customers in perpetuity. It's exhausting. You want to be able to, first of all, get a system that attracts customers, get a system that fulfills that order, and then a system that follows up with those customers that have bought so that you onboard them, you get them to use the product, you get feedback from them, and get them to reorder. When you have that system on a small scale, then you can now start looking at the data and start expanding. For us, after the first monumental failure, we went back to the drawing board and we decided that we started calling back our products. Now, we are not in up to 250 outlets, but we are doing 10 times more than what we did when we were in over 500 outlets. So what did we do? It's a combination of different distribution channels. In Nigeria, whether you like it or not, over 80% of trade happens in the open market. It is not structured, it is not fancy, but over 80% of trade happens there. That's your Idumota and the likes, right? But the thing about those kind of markets is that they work better for products that are not expensive. So they don't really work well for premium products. So if the pricing of your product is high, the open market might not work for you. Then the second place where it happens is the modern trade, which is your supermarkets, pharmacies, and the like. Now, there are so many of them. But with all due respect, modern trade can be a death trap. Because like I said, they will collect your product if you come correct. Where you now have a problem is getting paid for your product. Now, for the big FMCGs, it's easy for them with modern trade because most times they don't go directly to the supermarkets. A distributor would have gotten the rights to sell within an area. They will buy it and then they work with the modern trade partners. And even when they work directly with modern trade, they are able to, because of their size, they are able to, negotiate payment terms. Now, you that you are a small brand, you are struggling, you are begging for your products to be on the shelf. If you've not built demand, that product is going to gather dust on the shelf because it's not just getting your product into those retail outlets. You need to make sure that they are shelved properly so that when customers come, the product is at eye level. So shelving, merchandising. Then you also need to track to see your stock level so that you don't run out of products and then you don't know to restock. Because sometimes you can use your product to market for another person's brand. When people have bought your products, you've created awareness for that type of product, and then you are not there to replenish. Another brand comes in, and then people move. So that one is there. And then collecting your money as at when due. Sometimes, when your product doesn't sell on time, the supermarket or the modern trade outlet would sell off. And instead of restocking, they would rather put that money into a fast-moving product so that they can. So that's the dilemma that many small businesses face when they work with modern trade, that you see that a lot of times is usually not successful, right? So what did we do in that regard? We looked at the all the outlets, and we segmented them to the ones that had structure. So we had a checklist. any outlet that we are going to must have, the supermarket must, where payments are being made, they must not receive cash. Because if an outlet is doing cash transactions, it's easy for them to come and tell you that, oh, our sales rep stole money, and so the payments in that outlet must be digital. They must have a procurement department and that is separate from finance department, so that you know how to. So that was what we looked at when we looked at all the outlets and saw the ones that are more consistent. Those are the commonalities that we found. So we put that. Then we looked at the ones that had payment terms of 30 days. And those are the ones that we work with. So that our cash is not outside for more than 45 days. Even at that, the next thing we did was to build a proper direct-to-customer growth engine. And I would advise SMEs to ensure that whatever you do, try and own the relationship between you and your final customer. At that size, at that stage, you cannot afford to hand over that relationship to a retail outlet, the bulk of that relationship to a retail outlet, because one, you need to get feedback directly from the customers. You need your cash flow. It helps your cash flow, right? So we grew our business, we remodeled our business to make sure that 65 to 70% of our income was direct to customer. What that meant was that our cash flow was better, right? Then the remaining 25, 35% can go to supermarkets. We can wait for 30, 35, 40 days, but we're getting our cash. And remember that when you sell to those retail outlets, you sell it at a discounted price. But when you're selling to the customer directly, that margin you still keep. So it makes your business healthier, right? So we work that way. And then, because again, modern trade, open markets can be destructive to small businesses. Why? Because the distributors in the open market, they are traders. But to be honest, most of them have more than 2 PhDs in negotiation. You reach out to them, oh, I have this product, I want you to be a distributor. They'll tell you to bring it. We're going to pay you. This real-life experience, no jokes. You would ship the products, and this happened to me, not even in Lagos, in Singa Market, Kano. We shipped product to them. When the product got there, and then they say, oh, this product is new. Allow me to sell. I will pay you. Then the next thing is, oh, you need to hire a merchandiser that will be moving the product around the market. The next stage is, oh, you need to come and spend money to do activation. Now, remember that you're an SME. You don't have the kind of budget that the FMCGs have. The FMCGs will give them products. The FMCGs will give them, what's the word I'm looking for? They will give them incentives for paying up front. There are companies that say, okay, if you pay 25 million naira in single market, because one of the distributors was telling me, you pay 25 million naira for the first month, you double that in the second month, and we will send you on Hajj. How many SMEs can try that in their dreams? Not in reality. So it favors the FMCGs than it does for the SMEs. So as an SME, again, based on my own experience, I can only speak for myself, I would advise that you hold your customer and do everything possible to set up a system where you can distribute directly to the customer. Now, when the customers start going to the markets to ask for your products, let it be that it is the distributors that reach out to you. Then you are better able to negotiate. The same thing with the supermarkets. When people start knowing your products, they're buying directly from you, and they're asking, the supermarkets will reach out to you. Then you can tell them, look, I don't do credit. I'll give you a discount, but I can sell to you directly. I can sell to you directly, but you have to pay. I can give you a discount, but you have to pay upfront for the products. The other thing that we did, the third thing that we did was to also use digital to recruit resellers. Resellers are people in different parts of the country that have cash and are looking for business to do, that can maybe do 200K, 300K. We give them a good package. They buy directly from us online, and we ship to them. I've seen, colleagues in small manufacturers that have grown resellers to become distributors. And this model, this model I'm talking about, we've been able to replicate it in Ghana, because we're able to run our ads from here to recruit in Ghana. We've done it in Cameroon, we've done it in Uganda, we've done it in Tanzania, and we've done it in Kenya, right? So, what I see with a lot of businesses is that we try to take the advice that is given to the multinationals and try to apply it to SMEs. It won't work because you are at different stages in your growth, in your SME, in your entrepreneurship journey. When you get to that stage, those strategies will work. But as a small business, you need to look at your business model, look at your financing, and decide what works for you. The truth is, and there's this thing I always say, because there's a colleague of mine that manufactures something similar that, like I do. She got somebody that came to meet her, oh, let me take your product, I'm going to distribute it across Nigeria and everything and all that. And they started, and I told her, look, you're too small to hand over your business to just one person to distribute, right? Because if you're a business, and this is my own philosophy, I'd rather have 1,000 people trading 10,000 naira monthly with me than to have 2 people trading 1 billion each. Because it is very easy for you to piss off 2 people and they decide not to do business with you. But if you succeed in pissing off 1,000 people, then you don't deserve to be in business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So organic growth is actually quite important for SMEs. Just know your level. You don't necessarily have to adopt what another person is doing because it may not actually work for you. So I'll come back to you, Feisha. Again, something quite similar. So many SMEs struggle to attract and retain customers, even with access to funding. So from your experience working closely with SMEs, what are the most common mistakes that they make when trying to grow their customer base?
Thank you very much. Okay, so I think a lot of that has already been covered, if I'm being very honest. So we heard Bayawi Jala Chizama speak about, undervaluing the need for data. We also heard about customer service. But I think one thing we always tell the SMEs that approach us at LSCTF, we start by saying, never forget your why, i.e., why did you start the business? And to be honest with you, it's feedback for anyone that's doing anything that's creating value. Never forget why you started the business. And the reason for that is if you always remember why you started the business, whatever is driving you, passion, what problem you're solving for, it would help you every single day to go after those customers. And you have no issues where you don't have those customers, you have no issues adjusting because you understand something is wrong. So the first one for me is never forget your why. And then very linked to that, which somebody touched on, is continue to add value. And this is a very, very important one because as human beings, we tend to enjoy our comfort zone a little bit more. I.e., I started this business because I got access to coconut, for example, in the coconut industry. And as a result of that, I started making coconut chips. But what's to say that you cannot transition or pivot to producing another byproduct of coconut? You understand what I'm saying? So we always say to our beneficiaries, okay, this isn't working. You don't have the customers for this. Why don't you consider pivoting? And why don't you continue to add value to the process? Another thing I always say that people take for granted is the value of mentorship. How many people here actually who here has a mentor? If you have a mentor, put up your hand. Okay, so I can see like 8, 9 hands. I think that's the biggest showstopper for any small business. As this gentleman here was speaking, please, Mr. Usman, I hope you intend to be a mentor to a few people. Because as he was speaking, I'm like, anybody here that is in this industry, you'll be doing yourself a disservice if you don't actually get his details. So if you're in this room as a small business owner and you don't have a mentor, it's dead on arrival. And the reason for that is no one can stand alone. You need to realize that there's an opportunity every single day you step out to learn something new, unlearn something, or create something a different way. So we always say to our beneficiaries, you have to have a mentor. And that's why LSCTF, one of our programs called the Business Support Program, we actually link our beneficiaries to mentors. And the beautiful side of that story is we have people that have gone 2 years with us. They've gone from, accessing our loans, they've paid back the loans, they've then started the business support program, and then they've come back to be mentors themselves. So they've gone from being mentees to mentors. And it's such a beautiful story to tell. And that's what I always say to beneficiaries, you can never stop learning. So please don't ever underestimate the value of having a mentor. So the first one is your why, adding value, and your mentor. And then the fourth one I would say is digital. I know we've spoken about it as the entire theme of this, but there are still people here that are still doubting that. Please, please, and please, it's so, so important that your products, your service, the value you're creating is out there for people to see. And that you're not limiting yourself to your existing ecosystem. Obviously, you're starting with your community, but always aim for bigger, always aim to go beyond your existing ecosystem. And I don't know if there are any businesses here or business owners here that feel like, I want to go beyond, Lagos. There are programs that organizations run called the Export Readiness Program. And people take you for granted that, yes, because I've done this for 5, 10 years, I can just get my products outside Nigeria. We always say that's a lie. There's a reason why ecosystem builders like ourselves or ecosystem enablers like ourselves, why we curate certain programs, because we take the expertise of people like yourselves, pull it together and create something that you can learn from. And these programs are usually free. And we basically tell you the right way to package your product or your service, the right pricing, how to showcase it out there, how to then ensure that it matches the value or matches the regulation for the market you're aiming for. Those are information that you can't get on your own. So when you see anything like Export Readiness Program, please key into it because it helps you to position your products beyond your existing ecosystem, beyond Lagos and even outside Lagos as well. And I think the last one, like I said earlier on, just never stop learning, ensure you get a mentor. Those are the things I would say that I would encourage anybody starting up today, irrespective of what business you're doing. These are the things that we've seen that have helped our SMEs and we've helped to change the narrative around entrepreneurship. If there's anyone here, I just want to say one last, is anyone here that's not an entrepreneur? Because I feel like that's what the panel is driving to. Please ensure that you are still adding value in what you're doing, that you're still learning, and that you're still leveraging on a mentor, because those things are consistent, whether you're an entrepreneur or a non-entrepreneur. So those will be it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Faye. All right, so on the final note, we'll just have just one last question, which every member of the panel, please, your last thoughts. So if a business wants to unlock market access quickly, what is the one move that creates the biggest shift? And that's whether it's in terms of customer attraction, distribution, partnerships, or digital presence. Onyeka, I'll start with you.
Before I answer that question, I also want to add to what Usman shared. So I've worked in FMCG for a while, and I think that one very valuable lesson to help you navigate demand is to sample. Sampling is the way you get free customer feedback on whether you're doing it right or wrong before you begin to penetrate either the open market, which is very commoditized. So open market is for commodities. It's about price points. And then when you're looking at modern trade, which is more premium, yes, you need to be careful because those guys can hold your money for a very long period of time. So be very strategic around how you go about getting potential customers to sample, give you feedback, if possible, near those markets where you would like to sell. And I think that's where the sweet spot is that complements your ability to attract demand. Now, to the question asked, For us at Float Merchant, it's all about partnerships. I think one lesson I learned to speak to market is borrowed credibility. Someone has done it well before. So if I can leverage that and do mine better, why not? I mean, it will shock you how, people underestimate the importance of actually sitting down and asking yourself, really, what are the low-hanging fruits? At Float Merchant, when we look at ecosystems, sometimes it's as simple as having a conversation with, just giving an example, we work with high-volume grocery outlets. A conversation with a regional buyer, he's already telling you what his problem is. And his problem is, oh, my customers are not funded. That's a great opportunity for us. Because at that moment, we're basically saying to the person, you know what? Give me 50, 100 of your customers, whichever of them meets the eligibility criteria, we can fund them, and then you meet your purchasing target for the month. So these are ways we basically penetrate and partner within ecosystems. So I'll say that partnerships can never be underestimated. Partnerships can take you a long way. It will surprise you what happens within partnership, because that's where you find out the power of word of mouth. Because once you satisfy one person, automatically that one person tells another person, and I mean, that's how the word spreads. So partnership, partnership, partnership.
Thank you. Ms. Temi.
To scale quickly is not going to be that quick. There is need for every small business owners to learn to take risks, calculated risks. We built the largest food system infrastructure logistics hub in Africa today is with a whole lot of risks. We started and threw in all our assets, all our investable assets. We didn't wait for the state government to fund. We self-funded, and we threw ourselves on the line just to prove a point that we are not just after the profits. We are after to put food on the table. We are after to partner with the state, and we are very real in our strides and aspirations. So as a small business owner, I want to encourage everyone listening to us today that take calculated risks and be very deliberate in your approach. Number two, you need to connect with the ecosystem with trust on the foundation of your approach, and you must be persistent at it. Growing business in Nigeria today is very tough. There are a lot of hurdles. Some of them are drawn up in the business plans, but our business plans need to be turned to the reality lab of showing you that you cannot just stop working at it. You are going to meet very firm and stiff obstructions, and you just have to press on and be legitimate at your objectives. Number three, when you are building your teams to help you scale, you need to know the values that will succeed your business. And do not be afraid to draw the line in selection of your team. Get the right team that will connect you to the right partnership, because they are your market agents that you're going to send out there, and you have to put your best foot forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Chizoma, please.
Okay, so to every business owner here today, I would say this: make it easy for people to find you. When people are going to go online to search for you, make sure that they find, something about your business, be it on, Instagram, be it on Twitter, social media generally, and, anyhow they need to find you, make sure that they find you. Make it very easy for them to be able to order from your brand. People do not want to come to a brand where it's very difficult to order. So make sure that you are listening to your customer. How do you want to service them? It's very important that you listen to the needs of your customers. I would also say be data-driven. if you're going to scale, data is what would help you scale. And finally, I would say that be ready to compete on all fronts. The market is already saturated. Be ready to compete on all fronts. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Chizoma. Faye?
I think very simple for me would be maximizing opportunities. People take it for granted, information that's at their fingertip, and they just don't maximize it. And I think all the other things have already been said, but there's so many opportunities out there. It's important that you step in, step out, and put your best foot forward. You do have the support if you really want to make it work for your business. Just maximize those opportunities.
Thank you. And Usman?
Okay. So in addition to what everybody has said, one thing I am always I'm always saying to entrepreneurs is you have no business calling yourself an entrepreneur if you can't sell, because sales is the lifeblood of your business, right? There's no ailment, there's no sickness that is affecting your business that good positive sales cannot cure, right? And expansion, scaling, and all that, if you don't have sales, they are just buzzwords. And when I talk about sales, I'm not talking about, dancing on social media to create a viral moment. No. We're talking about sales that are driven by systems. When you are selling, you need to know your customer acquisition cost, your return on ad spend, your customer lifetime value, and what's the last metric now? But, I mean, you get what I mean. So it's sales that is predictable, right? You know that if I spend 100 naira, I will make 1.5 million naira. And these are the things that I'm doing to make that happen. So it's like an engine. And, at the end of the day, it doesn't end at just running ads or selling alone. It also involves fulfillment, managing customers and the likes. If you can sell very well, if you can sell very, very well, you have a better chance of surviving and scaling as a business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our panelists. So unfortunately, we won't be able to take questions. We've really run out of time. But I want to encourage everyone. The panelists are still going to be around. And so after this session, you can approach them one-on-one and, of course, reach out to them and ask whatever questions it is. So I want to say thank you to the panelists, to Chizoma Fayewujelof, Onyeka Okoli from Float Merchants, Feishayo, the Executive Secretary for LS ETF, and then Usman Imana, Friska Foods, and Mrs. Temi Nelson from the Origin Group. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Excellent. I would like to thank the moderator, Ikechi Oyeneke. Please, a round of applause for a fantastic job well done. Thank you for drawing out the conversations and the wealth of knowledge from the panelists this afternoon. And of course, to our panelists, you have just been phenomenal. Thank you very, very much. Again, like Ikechi mentioned, even though we're unable to take questions, we'll have the panelists around just to have you have conversations with them. May we please ask that Remy, Funke, Kunle, please join them on stage for pictures. Thank you. Also, please don't forget, we have a dedicated email address if you'd like to ask more questions about anything with regards to this particular panel or any panel done previously. Please, on your screen, we have the EnterpriseDirect at stanbicibtc.com and a phone number if you'd like to ask any more questions. We'd be more than happy to respond. Can I please ask Mr. Akinjide Orimolade to please join the photos as well? Please, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, during the panel session, we had joining us from NEPSI, that's the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, representing Nonye Ayeni, ED and CEO of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Mr. Benedict Itegbe, who is the Regional Coordinator, Southwest Regional Office. Thank you so much, Mr. Itegbe, for joining us this afternoon. Please give our best wishes to Ms. Ayeni. Thank you. All right, on your screen, you would notice a QR code for our on-site participants, and I'm sure it's on YouTube for our online participants. We value your feedback. We want to take your feedback. Thank you once again to our great lineup of panelists. Thank you so much. We're very, very grateful. Now, as I was saying, Benga.
Yes, the QR code, you can see the QR code on your screen right now. It's very important that you share your feedback. We really value feedback so we can improve on subsequent editions and do better. So please take time out to scan the QR codes on your screen and let's have your feedback. Thank you.
Actually, we're going to take about 2-3 minutes to enable you take your time to complete the feedback form. So can I ask DJ Escobar to please play something light, something soft? And in the next few minutes, our dear delegates, please kindly scan the QR code and submit. It's very simple. We just want to know how well you have benefited or how impactful the last 2 days have been, or what areas that you'd like us to improve on. We are hopeful, Benga, that we'll have another edition of the summit.
I'm sure it's going to happen. I mean, from my own feedback, I don't need to. I will still scan the QR code later, but I can tell you for free that it's been an enriching 2 days for me. I learned quite a lot, and I feel like I just earned an MBA in the shortest time possible, going by the caliber of resource persons that we had and subject matter experts.
Indeed, a fast-track MBA, yes. A 2-day MBA. All right, ladies and gentlemen, kindly do us the honor of scanning the QR code. We desire, we're looking forward to reading your feedback. So please kindly help us with your feedback.
I also have some good news for you. This is streaming live on YouTube. The feed is going to be on Stanbic IBTC page, so you can always go back to review, take notes in case you missed something a speaker might have said. So it's there for your viewing. You can also share with friends and family that you feel might benefit a lot from what has happened here in the last 2 days.
Now we're gradually coming to the end of the Nigerian Business Summit brought to you by Stanbic IBTC. And we'd like to say a very big thank you to all our delegates for coming in, for those who've been here since yesterday, those who have traveled from far and wide, and even those who've come from near. We appreciate you. But before we take the formal vote of thanks and closing remarks, we'd like to share with you a very short video. This video just highlights some of the offerings, generally giving a general sense of some of the offerings that Stanbic IBTC has for your enterprise, for your business, whether it's small, medium scale, there's a product for you. Please turn your attention to the screen as we show you in the next few minutes.
In Nigeria today, millions of business owners wake up every day with the same ambition: to sell, to grow, to succeed. But growth requires two things: access to funding and access to markets. But the reality is different. Some businesses are just starting, trying to survive. Some are growing but stuck between hustle and structure. Yet, others are ready to scale but don't have the right partners. At every stage, the challenge is the same. How do I grow my business? At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help. We are an end-to-end financial solutions partner built to support your business at every stage of growth. No matter where you are on your journey, we have solutions designed for your growth. If you are just starting, you don't just need money, you need structure. We help you open accounts, build transaction history, access digital tools, and learn through our Enterprise Academy. If you've been in business and want to grow, we support you with funding, digital tools, market access, and capacity building. We also connect you across Africa and China. For businesses ready to scale, we provide larger financing, cross-border trade solutions, FX support, and strategic partnerships to support you. We support businesses across agriculture, healthcare, trade, ICT, and renewable energy. We power your business with digital tools that help you get paid faster and operate smarter. And because your business is not separate from your life, we support your personal wealth, pension, insurance, and your employees' financial well-being. For women in business, our Blue Blossom proposition offers zero account maintenance fees, discounted loans, discounts on trusts and insurance, training and visibility platforms. From starting to growing to scaling, we are with you every step of the way. Do you need funding, market access, structure, protection, and growth? We are here to help. Visit www.stanbicibtc.com to learn about the solutions that we have designed to aid your growth.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Some or all our offerings for you as Stanbic IBTC as your trusted partner on your journey to growth. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, would like to ask again just to put up the QR code one more time for the feedback form, as we are very interested to get your feedback. That's the QR code. We'll leave that on the screen for now. Now, before we go, we can already sense that there's a bit of networking going on in the hall. We want to get out of your way so that you're able to network, talk to somebody new, and very importantly, visit our exhibition stalls. I hear, Benga, that there's some discounts being offered at the exhibition store.
And I'm definitely going to take advantage of the discount.
All right. Can we please make very welcome for the vote of thanks and closing remarks the Chief Executive, Stanbic IBTC Insurance, Mr. Akinjide Orimolade, to please come forward to give us a closing remark and the vote of thanks.
Please let's give him a resounding round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure that it's been a very interesting session for the 2 days. And I'm sure that most of you were not willing to leave, because I can see that the hall is still filled up. I think first of all, just to appreciate the two distinguished guests that were part of this session, which was the former Commissioner for Trade and Commerce, Anambra State, that's Honorable Christian Odechukwu, and also the Commissioner for Women Affairs, Castina, that's Aisha Abdullahi. And even every one of you that you are here, I mean, we appreciate you a lot. Really thank you for being part of this gathering. So as we bring this year's Stanbic IBTC Nigerian Business Summit to a close, I want to thank you all for making it such a meaningful 2 days. We've exchanged ideas, challenged assumptions, and explored new possibilities across sectors that are rapidly transforming. What has been most inspiring is the depth of the insight each and every one of us has brought and the openness with which we have engaged in this gathering. So these 2 days have reminded us that collaboration remains one of the most important tools for progress. The connections made here and the ideas shared don't end at this event. They are seeds for future partnership and innovations. So as we leave today, is just to encourage every one of you to take these insights back into your organization. Continue with the conversation, which is very important, and turn them into actions. That's where the real impact happens. And then, based on what the Minister for Finance and also the coordinating Minister for the Economy mentioned, in terms of how do we make the 1 trillion economy to be possible, is based on the fact that the SME, they are the backrock. And he mentioned it. The SME are very important in making the economy of the country, to be strong. And then if you look at developed nations, the reason why they are really doing what they are doing is based on the fact that they have a strong SME. And as Stanbic IBTC, just to assure you, is a one-stop financial supermarket. So invariably, we have explained to you in terms of how you can be able to access loans from us. It's not just taking the loans, in terms of doing the insurance, in terms of the asset management, in terms of the pension. So we have all the, all the subsidiaries that can be able to, support you, in operating your business in such a way that it can be a delight. So what I'll just employ you today as you leave, please, Stanbic IBTC, it's a place to be able to do your business. And I think on this note, just to wish every one of you the very best and safe travels. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Akinjide Orimolade. Thank you for the closing remarks. And like he's mentioned, Stanbic IBTC is indeed your trusted partner. We have so many subsidiaries that meet your need at different levels, from insurance to pensions. We have the enterprise side, Blue Blossom for female-owned enterprises, and a lot more on offer. Again, we'd like to say a big thank you to you all. Before we leave the stage, exit stage left in our instance, would like to encourage everyone. We have 1 hour to help you visit the exhibition stalls, engage with some of the vendors there. Some of them have some brilliant products on offering, and I hear that they have a sale on ground, and so you want to take advantage of that.
And also amazing discounts, so you don't want to miss that. Yes.
Excellent. And with that being said, please follow the conversation at Stanbic IBTC on your social media platforms, and of course your email as well for information on upcoming events. We can already hear the buzz in the hall, and so we assume that there's a lot of networking going on right now. Please don't forget, we have some speakers in the hall, we have some panelists, we have members of staff at Stanbic IBTC who would be more than happy to respond to any question or any inquiry that you may have. Again, don't forget to visit the exhibition stall. We have some of our vendors with excellent products who are willing to speak with you, do business with you, and give you discounts on their products. I'm Ayo Mairo SA.
And I'm Benga Borough, wishing you a safe travel back to your destinations. Thank you for being a fantastic audience in the past 2 days, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Goodbye and God bless.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? For those in the hall who don't have a Stanbic IBTC business account, there are representatives of Stanbic IBTC Bank who is willing to help you open your accounts. And even if you don't have a CAC registration, they can help you process a sole trader account. So do well to engage with the Stanbic IBTC staff here present for those that don't have a business account with Stanbic IBTC. Thank you.
For the
Across Nigeria, millions face everyday challenges: limited access to clean water, quality healthcare, and safe delivery conditions. But sometimes change begins with a single act of impact.